Welcome here to the KC Premium Members live stream of the pre-finals and the main events from Orlando for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Kart Chasers coverage powered by ShopAKR.com. Our friends at Acceleration Kart Racing, our title partner for the 2024 season. And we are ready for a wet and wild pre-final here, beginning with the first of two Junior Max groups. We'll pull the starting lineup on your screen here momentarily so you guys can get a good look at where the field will get set to go green here from this morning. So the field getting set to go green here, folks. There is Major Makovskis on the inside, Turner Brown on the outside, in the Speed Concepts Racing red speed. Then you go back through the grid here. We have about 20 deep. A couple of the back marker drivers will get cut. But here's a look at the field as they head onto the start-finish line straight and get set to go. Junior Max pre-final A coming through to the stripe here. Let's see, can we get a clean start on the first try by? We can. A couple out of line here. Turner Brown on the inside. He'll lead us through after the pole man and qualifying line mistake. Makovsky's on the outside. One driver turned around. It's one of the PK Sodi Racing USA machines. But we are away down to turn number 4 for the first corner. Here we go all the way to the inside for Major Makovskis. Around the outside for Turner Brown. He'll rocket away over to turn number 5. And it's a nice and healthy gap for Turner as the field tries to cycle its way through over to the carousel, the long sweeper here at turn 7. Turn number 8, look at the massive differences in lines that everyone's taking all the way through. They're 3 wide down to turn number 9. Lots of chaos, but Chico Brown leads the way down the scrapyard straightaway as they head to turn 10 for the first time. Again, most of these drivers at the front opted to not go out of the warm-up anticipating a drier session, or at least saving a single set of sticker Levanto rain tires for the heat race here, the pre-final. So they are underway now as they go down into the S's and work their way onto the front straightaway. We'll pull that leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screen momentarily so you can see where your favorite drivers lined up here as they work down to turn 1. Major Makovsky is looking to the inside on that PSL Karting Bureau Art. He'll go through for a moment. Turner Brown trying to rip the high side. He'll slot into second as they go over to turn number 3. So a little bit of a diver there from Turner Brown. Side by side still to turn number 5. Makovsky's now to the high side. Brown trying to clear it. Turner Brown back to the lead now as they go out. And Teddy Musella, the Orlando native, has worked his way all the way up to second. It's been an abysmal week for Teddy, who was a national front runner and has returned to the scene with the Scuderia Buell Sodi LGK machines. He's up to second and now challenging for the lead as they go to turn 10. Here comes Musella to the inside. New leader Teddy Musella out of turn 10. Turner Brown back to second. Makovsky still third as they head to the S's here on lap number 2. Side by side for third as well. That's Nathan Dupuis on the SCR Red Speed challenging Major Makovsky's crossing the line here this time for the pre-final as they go down to turn number 1. Teddy Musella already starting to pull a bit of a gap here in the wet conditions. What a turnaround here for Teddy as he slides it through turn 3. Turner Brown had his first real race in the wet 2 weeks ago. He's putting that to good use again. Although as he goes to the high side, Major Makovsky's tempted to go down to the inside lane. Ultimately couldn't get it done. Now out of turn number 5, close again here as we work lap number 3 here in the pre-final for Junior Max. Only 8 laps the distance as they rocket through the S's. Here's a look at your leaderboard. Now look at Makovsky is down the inside. Turn 9, and clear. He'll take over second. Brown back to third, and Musella starting to skate away down the back straightaway. Teddy Musella to turn number 10 over Makovskis, then Brown, then Dupuis. Look who else has joined the party. Welcome to the show, Max Weiland, who has been outside the top 10, hovering towards 10th for a lot of this weekend. Max Weiland into the top 5, now looking for 4th as Dupuis makes a bobble in turn 13. Weiland gets by. Max Weiland on that magic cart, moving up to the 4th position. Behind it's then Fausto Ornato, who had to start dead last in all of his heat races in today's pre-final. He's up to the 6th spot now, getting around Antoine Lemieux. And that AJF Racing Kart Republic is closing. And Weiland, wow, was low inside, door to door with Turner Brown at turn 6. Brown throws a little slide right back at him. Weiland to the outside. Big over-under, lots of grip, and Max Weiland goes to 3rd. Turner Brown back to, Brown back to 3rd, sorry. Weiland, yes, Brown back to 4th, Weiland to 3rd. I thought for a moment again it was Makovskis up front, but it's Teddy Musella rocketing off into the distance here. Knowing all the tricks of the trade in Orlando, Max Weiland's done a good amount of training here, and he is excelling in the wet conditions as well. Max Weiland now up by 4 car lengths back to Turner Brown. Fausto Ornato still the next one. Brown's going to come under fire from Canadian Nathan Dupuis here soon enough, as there is still on the outside edge of that top 5, Fausto Ornato trying to close in on the AJF Kart Republic. This is 2nd, back to 6th, almost back to 7th with Antoine Lemieux there. Then you have Chase Gassi at lead, then Naomi Garcia, and then Luke Fedowitz at the end of your top 10. Into turn number 4, look at more shuffling. Ornato to the inside. Weiland to the inside on Makovskis as well. Fausto Ornato into the 5th spot. Max Weiland up to 2nd. What a drive through the grid for Max Weiland. Mad Max is rolling here, and he's got about 2 seconds up the road. That'll be tough to get to the race leader, Teddy Musella, who is still quickest by over half a second per lap right now. Brown figuring things out. He dive bombs Makovskis. A little bit wide though. Makovskis is going to over-under and get back clear. And now here comes Fausto Ornato to the rear bumper as they go to turn number 10. This fight was for the lead early on. It's now become the fight for 3rd as Makovskis and Brown have faded backwards. Nathan Dupuis still looking closely on there behind him. And through turn 13, this time by 5 laps complete. It'll be 3 laps to go at the stripe here in the Junior Max Pre Final. Brown trying to hang on over Ornato, who is 3rd quickest overall right now. Musella of 64.5. Max Weiland of 64.6, excelling here in the rain. And down to turn number 4 to the inside again for Chico Brown. Crossover again from Makovskis. He gets back through. Now Fausto Ornato is going to send it on the inside of Brown. Dupuis trying to find a way through as well. They're nearly 3 wide into the S's and the sweeper now. Brown trying to stay low on Ornato, but Fausto gets through to 4th, and now Dupuis is side by side with his teammate over to turn number 9. Brown back in front, Dupuis back still behind, and here comes Antoine Lemieux on that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic into turn number 10. It's back to 7th for this main pack. All the while, Teddy Musella, that Scuderia Buell LGK continues to lead us through the S's here. Coming to 2 laps to go. Major Makovskis still hanging on, but Fausto Ornato, the 3rd quickest driver so far this session, is the next one to get to him. Chico Brown back in 5th. Now Dupuis back in 6th. And it's a single file train, 3rd to 7th. Closest battle we've got on the racetrack. Bit more of a gap through the rest of the field. You have Chase Gassi at lead, kind of running a couple of tenths ahead of Naomi Garcia, about a second back from them to Yal Pereira, who's gotten around Luke Fedowitz. And there you can see the difference in lines. Look at the big run for Fausto Ornato. Big high side run, big momentum, and now he's on the preferred lane over to the sweeper, and he'll close the door. Fausto Ornato from dead last to 3rd. Brown still lurking on Makovskis as they come out of turn number 9 with a big run down the back straightaway. 1 lap to go at the line. 5 drivers battling for 3rd in the session. That's only going to be, that's 2 positions per kart here because, again, the field was cut in half. So Teddy Musella is looking good, and it just depends how they rank the session of who gets the inside versus the outside lane for the final, at least for the drivers up front. And then further back, down at the tail end, there was an issue for Kenny Rogers on the Sodi Racing USA Sodi kart. He DNF'd this one, and so that puts him in the danger zone of potentially not making the top 36 DD2 transfer into the Junior Max Final. Remy Guzman in 19th, Luis Thomas Pelletier 18th, all in that dangerous bubble zone. Here's a big wide run for Arnato, a narrow run for Makovskis, who's defending low. Big wide run for Turner Brown. Will he get enough momentum to get there? He does not. Slips a little bit traction-wise through the sweeper on the final lap here. Nice battle for the fourth spot. Brown high and low, looking for a way past Major. Gonna dive bomb in turn 9 this time. It will stick, but Makovskis still with a big run. Still side by side and challenging over to turn 10. Does he try and send it under braking? He does not have the confidence to. Move Chico Brown back to 4th. Makovskis back to 5th. And all the while, out front, leading the way towards the checkered flag, Teddy Musella on the Scuderia Bruel Sodi LGK wins the pre-final A for Junior Max. Max Weiland, 2nd. Fausto Ornato from dead last to 3rd. Brown 4th. Makovskis rounds the top 5. Nathan Dupuis, Antoine Lemieux, Chase Gassiet, Lee and company all the way through here in this one. So what a run for those drivers as they work their way out of turn number 5. Teddy Musella, talk about a turnaround for the weekend. He's going to scrutineering for the first time here as he tops the boards on the Scuderia Buell LGK over Weiland, Arnato, Turner Brown, Major Makovskis, Nathan Dupuis, Antoine Lemieux, Chase Gassiet Lee. Luke Fedowitz got around Yao Pereira late. He started to figure things out and closed in on Gassiet Lee, just ran out of time. Ends in 9th. Pereira 10th. And again, the top 15, they're all safely through to the Junior Max Final. Whether or not the last couple will get cut is the question. And Isaac Malcutt, he's the first one for sure safe. Luis Thomas Pelletier should also be close to safe. Lillian Scarborough, Remy Guzman, and Kenny Rogers, depending on how the day unfolds, will decide of who goes as the 36th and 35th drivers into the main event. But an overcast morning here with rain coming through a bit earlier on this morning for warm-ups. Have made a very slick racetrack here. It was entertaining to watch as a good battle all the way through. Once Musella got through, it just shifted further back and back to 3rd, and then eventually the fight for 4th. But we are underway for the RMC Winter Trophy. Round 1 here officially on Sunday with Saturday's action being scrubbed. We'll take a moment here to step away and hear from our partners, and then we'll come back with more. Junior Max Pre-Final B is up next.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, we await the rest of the sessions here. Junior Max Pre-Final B set to go in 3 minutes. There's a look at Hunter Pickett watching his young cousin, Turner Brown, pull off another top 5 finish after qualifying on the pole. And Speed Concepts Racing's captain, Mike Speed, who had his 2 drivers there finishing in the top 5. They got more drivers coming up here in this next one, the other half of the group. Getting set to roll here for the pre-final in Junior Max. So again, that's green flag coming in 3 minutes. Why don't we go ahead and we'll pull up our timetables, that way you guys can see, if you're just joining us now, what the schedule looks like. This is also posted on our Facebook and Instagram. So we'll pull up the timetable momentarily so you guys can see when your favorite sessions are coming up. So there again is a look here at the schedule for today. Junior Max Group A just ran. Junior Max Group B, the other half of the group from qualifying, will roll next. Then Micro Max, Mini Max, Senior Max Groups A and B, Master Max, DD2 Max, and DD2 Master. And then the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier will roll after the lunch break and driver ceremony break. That'll go on following the DD2 Max and DD2 Masters boys. And then we'll go straight to the main event. Senior Max will move to the bottom of the lineup for the final main later on this afternoon. But here's what's coming up next year. Again, in 2 minutes, Junior Max Pre-Final B is coming your way. So here we go for Micro Max, or Junior Max Group B onto the racetrack. Micro Max will follow. Here's how they will start. Davin Roberts on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart will lead us to green. Alongside will be the Race Lab Karting TB Kart of Ty Fisher. Then it's the Jackson Williams SCR Red Speed on the inside of row 2 alongside Pierce Wade. in the B-roll orange. Victor De Alencar and Salvador De La Vecchia on row 3. Walter Jenkins and Martin Jaramillo on row 4. Edward Kennedy and Luca Cariotti, row 5. Cole Medeiros and Max McCarrum on row number 6. Then it's the RPG Cosmic of Matty Grace on the inside of row 7. Alongside her, it'll be Frederick Manning. Alejandro Vasquez Gomez and Tiziano Rosso Orcel make up row 8. Diego Gabriel Morales Perez on row 9 alongside Mannix Donnelly. And starting shotgun on the field outside of the main as it stands, but looking in is Adam Santa in 19. And he was 38th overall in qualifying, and the bottom 3 get cut from the Junior Max lineup for the final. So find your favorite driver here as they get set to go green for the pre-final. Again, 8 laps the distance for the Junior Max drivers here. Those tuning in, continue to share and make sure to like and comment and let us know your thoughts here on the stream. Again, this is the adjusted format for today. This is the first round that will count towards the championship. Round 1 begins here today. Warm up, then pre-final, then final. There's a look at Davin Roberts on that red and white machine, and then the rest of the field cycling through turn number 10, that tight hairpin. And the track is already starting to dry a little more even from that first session. With karts getting onto the circuit. We're still on the wet tires for now, but I would imagine we'll be on slicks very soon and making that transition over to the Mojo rubber just because there's not a ton of standing water. You can see some spots on the outside of the standard line, and of course there's also quite a bit of sunshine and heat starting to bear down on Orlando as the rain stopped about 30 minutes prior. And it was just a light dusting, only about 10 to 15 minutes worth of showers we got that added on from some overnight rain. So it's not a soak track, it's an intermediate track, and it provides some good racing. Let's see it. Turn 1, Davin Roberts leads us into the corner, and they're all gonna make it through decently well. Good start for Wolney. Looked like he was getting swallowed up off the green. He gets into 3rd, Pierce Wade to 4th as they cycle down to turn 4 for the first time. The difference is in lines, everybody trying to survive the corner. Looks like we will. We're good over to turn number 5, and it's a big lead for Davin Roberts here to kick things off, Caleb.
Yeah, great start so far by Davin Roberts, already with a commanding lead over Ty Fisher, currently sits in 2nd, and side-by-side action further back from the Nash EO's OTKs going side-by-side with one of the Burlards here, Xander.
Yeah, that's Victor De Alencar there on the Nash Motorsports EOS card. Back and forth with Pierce Wade. Yesterday's unofficial winner, Salvador De La Vecchia, has moved up to 4th. And look at this, Jackson Wolney versus Ty Fisher. And side by side coming out of turn 10. Good over-under from Wolney. The SCR Red Speed moves up to 2nd. Fisher back to 3rd. And they'll round that final turn to put 1 lap complete. And look at the lead here already for Davin Roberts. The Ryan Perry Motorsport livery Tony Kart takes us down to turn number 1 over Wolney and company. Here's Pierce Wade again under fire. There is Victor De Alencar through for the 5th spot. Move Victor back up. Well, a little bit wide though out of turn 3 into 4. Looking low is Pierce Wade. To the high side is De La Vecchia. Crossover move. He'll take back that 5th position, or 6th position, sorry. 5th indeed. Pierce Wade back to 6th. Martin Jaramillo looking on. He was the fastest driver of this grouping that did go out for the morning warm-up session on that Team U race. Tony Kart in 7th, that orange and white livery, just the end of the frame, but he's under a lot of pressure as they're all fighting behind him, the likes of Walter Jenkins and Cole Medeiros, Luca Cariotti, all battling here at the end of the top 10. Still side by side down the back straightaway. Jenkins trying to get low, and he does to defend just inside the top 10. And now has to go for the crossover move, but not going to have enough momentum. They'll drag race to the chicane and give that spot, I believe, to Cole Medeiros, if not Luca Cariotti, on the Charles Leclerc kart. So out of the final turn, more and over-unders here. It is almost slide job city here in Orlando. 2 laps complete, 6 laps to go. Davin Roberts' lead continues at about 1.8 seconds here, Caleb.
Yeah, we've seen a big difference in lines here early on. Some drivers opting to go with the wider line, trying to get better exit speed, and others going really narrow into some of these turns. Into turn number 5, we go and see the difference in line there as well. And over-under again by one of the Rawson Performance Group drivers. What a move there by him. I think that's Medeiros there on the move so far on the Charles Leclerc.
So through the sweeper here, once again, let's look over back up front at what your lead looks like. This is Davin Roberts there on the red and white RPM Cosmic down to turn number 10. Davin having a great launch early, but I will say it does appear that Jackson Wolney might be tracking him down ever so slightly now, about 2 seconds away. We'll get a good look at it, but Davin Roberts, one of the youngest drivers that moved up into junior max, as he had hit his growth spurt pretty early in the cadet ranks, and now entering his second full season, still really basically as a rookie age-wise in junior. Jackson Wolling, his real second full national season, made a handful of starts at the end of 2022. Full year in 2023, started with the RPG group. Had a lot of coaching here, specifically at Orlando, from Ryan Norberg at the Norberg Karting Academy. He kicked off the year with a podium at the Winter Series last year. Then from then on, made the switch to the SCR Red Speed Boys at the end of the summer. Debuted with them at the Rotax Trophy Final, and since then has found a good home with Speed Concepts Racing. And then Ty Fisher, who we're used to seeing on that Race Lab Karting TB kart, last year, his first full year in junior, running everything he could to gain experience. Got close to cracking onto the podium consistently, but overall upper mid group, now he's third here in pre-final B and looking pretty sporty as well. Lap time wise, last time 103.90 for Davin Roberts, 104.0 for Jackson Wolney. About a second off the pace for Ty Fisher from them, but he's also about a second quicker than most of the drivers further back from him. About a tenth better than Salvador De La Vecchia, who's under pressure because Victor De Alencar is pressing on there in the Nash Motorsports machine at the halfway point. Battle for fourth here, Caleb.
Yeah, and the two lines by De Alencar. Chooses to go with a really wide line here in the turn number 5 is going to be the best spot that he has so far to make the overtake on Salvador De La Vecchia. You see that wider line so far by Alencar, and De La Vecchia doing that exact same thing and able to get good exit speed out of that turn number 5, Xander.
Yeah, he was definitely, everyone's still changing the lines lap to lap. I mean, the sun is still pushing its way through the clouds. It's not necessarily a sunny day, but we're seeing those track temps heat up, and that's why you're seeing drivers really get to experiment with lines differently. In De La Vecchia there, you saw him go wide through that sweeper. De Alencar went down to the inside. Even just moving about one cart width more to the apex or more to the outside could make the difference, and it's different every corner, and it also gets faster every single lap. I mean, we dropped nearly a full second for Davin Roberts out front. He picked up half a second as there's a big moment for the RPG Cosmic. That's the 222 of Maddie Grace. She's picked up a number of positions. She's 11th right now, challenging, I believe, with Cole Medeiros, Luca Cariotti. Challenging with Luca Cariotti, unless I
think that's Medeiros.
That is Medeiros. I'm sorry, I'm mixed up on the two RPGs. He's up there. There's Maddie Grace, top of the screen. So yeah, that's Medeiros in the 9th spot, right on Cariotti's rear bumper over out of turn number 3. And they are both also catching up to Martin Jaramillo's orange and white U-Race Tony kart. While the battle for 4th has changed hands, De Alencar got around Salvador De La Vecchia. So Victor De Alencar has now worked his way up to the 4th spot. De La Vecchia back to 5th.
Yeah, De La Vecchia back to 5th right now, and a good move by De Alencar to get ahead of De La Vecchia, who was able to take a win yesterday. Not going to count, but it was a good win by De La Vecchia yesterday. Now he's going to have to regroup and try to catch right back up to De Alencar, who is ahead here at the moment.
Yeah, so out of turn number 10 now. How far up the road is Ty Fisher? He's a good ways up. Last time by, Fisher clocked a 104.5. It was a 104.8 for De Alencar, but he also had to get around De La Vecchia, so we'll get a good read on where they're at. But again, this really isn't much of a gauge to later in the day. We expect the day to continue to get dried back out, so what you learn in this session won't necessarily translate. You'll probably be back on slick tires by the time their main event rolls around. The question will be anyone that has to go to that no last chance qualifier for the juniors. So they're parked here after this for about 3 hours for their main event rolls at 2 p.m. Local time here on the East Coast. And we are already 6 down, 2 to go. Let's look at where the laps were. Well, it was quickest for Jackson Wolney, a 103.4. It's a 103.7 for Davin Roberts, but he can cruise to the line. He's got a 1.7 second gap as shown there on the left-hand side of the screen. Ty Fisher, a 104.4. De Alencar, a 104.1. So a couple tenths better than the Mean Green Machine in third, but a big gap to run down in 2 laps. It's going to be probably a little bit too much for De Alencar to get there. Then back again, you have Pierce Wade, and then a 3-car pack forming with Jaramillo over Medeiros and Cariotti. Cariotti lost that 8 spot to Medeiros, and Cole was quicker by just a bit over Martin Jaramillo the last time around. Another quick time for Jackson Wolney, about a tenth better. We'll keep our eyes on the top 5, and really I think the battle is going to happen though, Caleb, outside of it, looking around that 7th, 8th, 9th grouping.
Yeah, correct. The drivers further back are really close together, the likes of Cariotti and Medeiros. We've seen them trade positions all race long, but for Davin Roberts, a good drive so far, able to take his maiden win at the Star Championship Series last year in the junior class, and now this year again here at Rotax, showing the class that he has so far and a really mature drive by him so far.
Yeah, nice and composed, no major mistakes. Figured out the limit there, built the gap, and at this point he's just kind of going to bring it home. Davin Roberts and the Ryan Perry Motorsport team that's absent this weekend. He's sporting their colors, but it's himself and his father as a privateer effort, basically. Out of turn 13, Davin Roberts will win pre-final B for Junior Max here in Orlando and punch his ticket to the front row. A nod there as he goes by the start-finish line. Second to Jackson Wolney. Third across the line to the Mean Green Race Lab Karting TB car to Ty Fisher. Victor De Allen car fourth. De La Vecchia fifth. Sixth to Pierce Wade. And that three-car pack Jaramillo will hold off a hard-charging Cole Medeiros. And something must have happened to Luca Cariotti because the Charles Leclerc kart has dropped down the leaderboards on this final lap. There he is across the line, I believe, all the way down in the 10th or 13th position behind Frederick Manning and company. So Cariotti down to 13th at the checkers. It moves up Manning to 12th. Edward Kennedy on the Energy Corsa Racing Americas 230 to 11th. Matty Grace to 10th. Walter Jenkins, Cole Medeiros, Martin Jaramillo, Pierce Wade, the rest of the top 10. So that's how they ran up in Group B for Junior Max. And again, the drivers that are on the danger zone of potentially not going to the main were the two that really did not get to turn a lap in this one and not shown. Looks like Diego Gabriel Morales Perez should be safe, but Max Mokaram and Adam Santa, a DNS here in the pre-final B, did not get a single lap turn. If neither one of them made it out, they may be cut from the main event later this afternoon. So Junior Max wrapped up. We roll on here. The next group to roll as we'll pull that schedule up for you guys to see for your pre-finals will be the Micro Max drivers. So they're lined and ready here to go green momentarily.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
After a short delay here for the Micromax drivers, we are finally on to the racetrack for the pre-final. A bit of issues that just delayed us a little bit, so that timetable we did throw up is now going to be a bit behind. And I'd imagine we should be able to get close to on time fairly soon. But here's a look at the starting lineup for the Micromax pre-final. All of them together, all 19 drivers, make up the grid. It's Dominic Vera and Bernardo Goubert on the front row, with Marina Brandau's Brandau Motorsport Prague on the inside of row 2 alongside Jaden Francisco. It's Kimo Ahmad on the Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard on the inside of row 3 alongside PSL Karting's Matisse Lacroix. Then it's Alonso Gonzalez's SCR Kart Republic on the inside of row 4 alongside Zane Burgess, and the top 10 is concluded with Nolan Goulart's BJR MDR LN Kart and Hudson Howard in the Dan Devereaux Racing Tony Kart. Then outside your top 10, Josh Bergman, who drove way up the grid in the races yesterday, has to roll from 11th here in the pre-final this morning. Luca Minosi joins him on the outside of row 6. Sebastian Barrera on the inside of row 7, and Cristobal Riccio on the outside. Charles Teo and Sebastian Wasmosi on row 8. Axel Garcia and Maddox Pelletier on row 9, and Grayson Knifick on the Brandau Motorsport Praga rolls shotgun Charlie 19th here on the grid as they begin to warm the tires up. The track is continuing to dry, but we are still probably on wet tires for the entire micro field. Oh, and we've lost one already. That is one of the Sodis. The number 20 of Axel Garcia, the Sodi Racing USA driver, will not join us here for the pre-final. Unfortunate early exit before we even get underway for Axel Garcia, Caleb.
Yeah, very unfortunate there by Axel Garcia. Not even able to start this race, so unfortunate for him. He was starting, slated to start just outside the top 10. That's not going to help him out for his main event starting position. Going to have to start shotgun on the field for the main event as we get set to go green. Here's Xander into the tram lines we go.
Here we are, Micromax, the youngest superstars in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, break in formation early. Hopefully they're all good as they get down to turn 1, and it's a nice and easy start for Dominic Vera as a couple drivers up and aggressive over the inside curbing. I believe one of them was that SCR Red Speed machine. Dive into the low side, might have been Sebastian Baroa. They're going low, if not one more. Meanwhile, through turn 4, we've all got everyone that started this one after losing Axel Garcia, so we're green out of turn 5. It's Vera over Bernardo Goubert. Jaden Francisco in that bright lime green nitro kart runs in 3rd, and then I believe behind him might be one of the energy machines, or if not the Praga for Brandau Motorsport of Marina Brandau as she goes back and forth. Here comes Zane Burgess on that black and orange Sodi, and Josh Bergman back there in the blue helmet, way low trying to fend off one driver. Here comes Burgess. He'll take away 4th from Brandau 2 by 2 as there's all kinds of over-unders down on the backside in turn 10, but Dominic Vera's energy leads us into the chicane, and it's one long line of go-karts here, Caleb, but now they're 2 by 2 for the lead and for 3rd coming out onto the front straightaway.
And we're just side by side there on the outside, so not going to help him out with the turn into turn number 1. Zane Burgess stuck on the outside, and that's one of the DDRs he goes through as well. Still side by side for Zane Burgess.
Marina Brandau moving up into the 4th position, back to neutral. Then it's Jaden Francisco as here comes Brandau on the inside of Francisco. Turn 4, Marina Brandau on the Brandau Motorsport Praga to 3rd, and Zane Burgess to 4th on Francisco in turn 5 as they rocket through 6th, the sweeper. Then turn 7, 8, and 9 right here. Burgess by about a car length pulls away. Looking now, that's Kimo Ahmad on the Iron Rock Gillard coming into frame and battling. So is the BJR MDR LN of Nolan Goulart. And down the backstretch, Ahmad versus Francisco. This is for 5th, turn 10. Kimo down the inside. Goulart trying to follow. He wanted the momentum though, and that'll go the way of Jaden Francisco as they get back to single file to turn number 11 here, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of shuffling in the field so far early in this race, and you see a lot of drivers for Bergman losing a handful of spots on that start and falling way back to 9th here. I think maybe even 10th at the end of that lap. The gap to the lead though, Vera and Goubert continuing to close down that gap as down the inside goes Goulart on Francisco.
Yeah, nice work there. Back and forth. Now here's Marina Brandau. This is for 2nd. Back and forth with Bernardo Goubert for 3rd. Here comes the PK Sport Sodi Racing USA entry of Zane Burgess behind his teammate in 4th into view. But Marina Brandau, fastest driver on the racetrack, the young lady, son of the Brazilian stock car team owner, now American karting team owner, Mr. Brandau himself in the Brandau Motorsport Praga operation. It's a new team for 2024. They've teamed up with the U-Race team with Italo Salvera as well. That's why you've got the white and orange U-Race colors on that Praga chassis in second. And then up the road there, the Energy Corsa Racing America's machine of Dominic Vera. Here's Bernardo Goubert. You can pick him out easily with that all matte black helmet in third. Across the stripe, we're halfway in and halfway home for the micros. 3 down and 3 to go here in the 6th lap pre-final. Marina Brandau bearing down on the race leader. Only 2 car lengths back, and the young lady is closing in towards turn 4. She will be close enough to really bring the fight here in about a couple of corners, Caleb.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of passing points here so far, and Brandau really making moves early in this race, and now hot in the heels here of Vera as this race continues to progress. Goubert losing touch a little bit there with Brandau in that 2nd spot. And for Goubert, it's going to be important for him to learn and see what Brandau is doing there in that 2nd spot. As she continues to close down that gap, is she going to look for a move down the inside? Not close enough. And you see all those signals from the mechanics on the fence line telling their drivers to push forward. It's going to be the best spot so far for Brandau, the best chance she has. Not close enough this time by, but she is hot on the trails there of Vera.
Yeah, she can take her time now. There's still 2.5 laps remaining. Did not get a good exit as she narrowed up off the end of the corner, so Vera got a bit of a lead. Dominic Vera continuing to show the way here on this Sunday morning. And then it's a 3-cart pack. Look at Kimo Ahmad on the Iron Rock Gillard. He's up to 5th, challenging the 2 Sodi Racing USA boys for 3rd and 4th. Nolan Goulart back there on the blue and white LN cart for the BJR MDR boys. In 6th is lurking on as well, so potential scrap for 3rd. What does Zane Burgess do? Has a fade to the inside, but he doesn't go. In fact, Goulart, what a send, Caleb. That was about 2 car lengths deep on Kimo Ahmad. And if he can hold it in the over-under circus that comes out of turn 6, he'll have that 5th position. But Ahmad nosing ahead. He'll be on the outside for the sweeper, though. Give that nod to Nolan Goulart, for the 5th position.
Yeah, and Ahmad had a good run there out of that corner. Just wasn't close enough to get the move done on Goulart as Ahmad goes a little wide there. The gap for the lead stays the same, stagnant between Brandau and Vera. Brandau was on the rear bumper of Vera, but just lost a little bit of time there through the last lap. It's still Goubert in 3rd, Burgess in that 4th spot, Ahmad in 5th, trying to make up spots. Ahmad in 6th, as Goulart was able to make a move on Ahmad last time by.
And we're closing in on the lap times and the driving line of the slick tires. So when will that crossover happen? It could happen as soon as this Minimax pre-final that's up next. There is very little standing water, and you can see the lighter pavement as it's starting to dry up with the drivers driving over it. Down to turn 4, Zane Burgess looking low on his teammate Bernardo Goubert. Oh, a hip check and a 2nd one and a 3rd one as Nolan Goulart forces his way through into the 4th position.
Yeah, now Goubert going to fall into the clutches of Kimo Ahmad. It looks like he has a good run on the outside, but again, getting stuck on that outside, doesn't have enough of a run there. As the gap for the lead on your screen now, Vera opening up that gap to Brandau. Wondering if she made a mistake or if Vera just really found a good line that worked out for him and came into his own here in this late stage of the race.
Yeah, because Brandau was quicker by about a 0.5 last time by, but here on the final lap, Dominic Vera has pulled away tremendously. The energy kid who came here on a scholarship basically to debut in the States at the RMC Winter Trophy in 2023 has been perfect in every session he's had his opportunity at. To this point, he'll remain perfect. Pre-final winner and an emphatic pump for the fist once again for Dominic Vera. Brandau, and then a big shuffle there at the line as Bernardo Goubert falls all the way down to 6th there. Caleb, good catch.
Yeah, not the race end that Goubert would have wanted. Francisco crossing the line in 7th. LaCroix in 8th. Josh Bergman down into 9th. Gonzalez rounding up your top 10 here. It's going to be Cristobal Riccio in 11th. Sebastian Barreau in 12th. Hudson Howard coming across the line in 13th. Luca Minassi in 14th. Charles Teo in that 15th spot for Brandau Motorsports. Further down the field, it's Sebastian Wasmosi in 16th. Grayson Knifick in 17th. And Maddox Pelletier down in 18th here.
So everyone was able to finish for all that did start. Axel Garcia on the Sodi Racing USA Sodi kart did not get to run, so he'll at least go into the main event not having gone through any of the wet conditions in the pre-final, but unfortunately he'll start tail end of the field. So plenty of team owners, mechanics, and families here watching on the catwalk. There's a look at Mr. Sodi Racing USA PK Sports, Carlos Iaconelli, and Juan Valderrama in the driver development program there. They're talking about what just went down as their drivers faded back a little bit by the end of it. Zane Burgess ends up in the 4th spot. Bernardo Goubert in 6th at the end. Both drivers that were close to challenging for the win yesterday, and so was Josh Bergman. So more racing rolls on here. Again, next up on the lineup, and again, don't pay too close attention to the session times. We did post that schedule on our Facebook and Instagram pages, but the next pre-final is slated to be the Minimax drivers. We await the firing of the engines, and we'll go back green with our next session of the day.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Oh no, problems already here for the Minimax drivers as they have been released onto the racetrack. Looks like one of the PSL Karting Bureau Arts has tagged the wall. That was the 125 of Jeremy St. Cyr, who is slated to start on the outside of the front row. He'll have to hurry around to get back into position. Albert Friend in the Premier Karting Tony Kart, though. Albie's been on top of the charts since we've been live. Pulled it in qualifying, won the heats, won the feature yesterday. Of course, unfortunately, that all got scrubbed. And today he has to still do it all again just to get the first round out of the way in the championship. Jeremy St. Cyr was close. He had a frustrating main event yesterday having to fight through traffic. But here in the pre-final for today, he gets to just start right on that front row. He gets a decent start, and he's got a teammate on the inside row behind him in Alexis Bayarjan. Then it's the Kart Republic HM Propella entry of Oliver Chasse with Nico Orbezo and Massimo LaRusso on row 3. Martin Luis Bertolacini and Lorenzo Varela on row 4. Julian Rivera and Maximo Karam round off your top 10. Then it's Luke Canjanapatak, Santiago Perez Granados, Royce Vega, Iago Lempin, Enzo De Janeiro, and Leo De Silva on row 8. And of course, back to the edge of the top 20, LaRusso, Chandler, Chambers, Ruiz. And of course, the Minimax class a little bigger than Micromax. So when you take a look, here's the driver starting tail end of the grid overall. Gabriel Carrez and Cristobal Bonet on row 11. Aquiles Sapirko and Evan Frey on row 12. William Vitor, Blaise Diniz, and starting 27th all on his own in row 14 will be the Cosmic Premier Karting entry of Samuel Werrier. So 27 drivers for Minimax getting set to roll green. Most of the field on slick tires. So we're back to at least dry enough conditions for the Mojo rubber to hit the racetrack. And here we go. Green flag down in turn 1. Albie Friend leads us with a nice jump, and it'll be Bayarjan in the black helmet moving to second. A big pile up on the outside of the first corners, collected about 3 or 4 drivers, most able to continue, and a good start for Oliver Chasse there, moving up to 4th right off the rip from 5th on the grid, and they'll go side by side further back, allowing the leaders to get up the road. That's Julian Rivera going head to head with the Brandau Motorsport machine of Lorenzo Varela, I believe.
Yeah, and you see we're getting reports from some of our trackside spotters that most of the field has decided to switch over to the slick tire. Now you see the difference in line here. So for St. Cyr, I think the issue for him early on coming out of the pits was that just those tires weren't warm. Maybe hit a slick spot, spun out, but seems to be doing all right now in that 3rd spot. His teammate Bayarjan able to get ahead of him, but it's still Friend out in the lead.
So as they go to the S's now this time here through the final corner, Albie Friend over Alexis Bayarjan. Bayarjan with a nice gap up to him. Now on the bumper, looking, fading, not going to go in turn 1. Still treacherous to go offline down to the inside. So Albie Friend over Bayarjan. Down to turn 4, this time Bayarjan inside. And through the damp part of the racetrack, dry enough to get through. New leader, in fact, it's a PSL 1-2. As a good move by Jeremy St. Cyr to move through to 2nd. And now he locks onto the rear bumper of his teammate Bayarjan once again, but this time to push away in the lead, with Albie Friend seeing the biggest challenge he's had all weekend long.
And I'm sure the PSL boys are going to be happy to see that their young drivers have a 1-2 right now and able to work together and push away from this field. We haven't seen many drivers push away from the field, especially a class like the Minimax where the draft is so important here. It's going to be important for Bayarjan and St. Cyr to continue to work together and try to pull a gap on Friend, who has been really good all weekend long.
Yeah, through the final turn here with Oliver Chasse over Julian Rivera now. This is going to heat up for 4th. Rivera down the inside in turn 1. Nicely done by the Ecuadorian. Julian Rivera puts the energy in. Oh, a little awkward kind of transition as Chasse was trying to just tuck back into line, and he got hooked on the rear bumper of Julian. Lorenzo Varela still in that 5th position, and now looking for, or 6th, looking for 5th. Side by side, but he'll have that inside lane advantage, and it's just too damp on the outside of the sweeper to do anything. Even in the dry, you got to get back down to that inside before turn 6. So to the inside for Oliver Chasse to answer back. Turn 9, he's got it. Oliver Chasse back up into the top 5. Varela back to 6th, and closing in on that RPG Cosmic is Martin Luis Bertolacini in 7th, while the leaders remain single file as well. Here's a look at Bayarjan, Jeremy St. Cyr, Albie Friend. When they come to the line this time by, it'll be just 3 laps to go. It's a short sprint here, a 6-lap pre-final for Minimax. Down at turn 1, a car length and a half for Alexis Bayarjan.
Yeah, and the shuffling in between Friend and Sincere, the more that they fight. Oh, side by side, there goes Chasse down the inside on Varela, and 3 wide as Bertolacini in there as well. Is Chasse ahead as of now? Can he get the jump on the rest of the drivers? Looks like he is going to stay ahead for now. Still Bayarjan in the lead with Sincere in second and Friend still in third. That battle for the back now here.
And you can see the droplets on the lens over in turn at number 4. A little bit more wet weather potentially looming and threatening now, which is going to slicken that racetrack back off right as we got onto the dry tires. There's Chasse along with Varela, who's going to lose his spot to Bertolacini coming out of turn number 9. Meanwhile, Julian Rivera's caught up to the leaders as everyone's starting to tiptoe now with the droplets hitting your visor. Alexis Bayarjan's in the worst possible spot as he leads. He's the first one into the blind of what a corner looks like and trying to guess where he needs to brake. 2 to go here at the line. Alexis Bayarjan, Jeremy St. Cyr, and the PSL boys got to be sweating on the fence. They're first and second, but the wet weather looming once again here in Orlando with dark skies ominously overlooking the racetrack. Here comes Albie Friend, the Englishman, to the inside and a little too deep, and they're all around. Julian Rivera tried to shove Albert Friend through for the lead, and he noses into the right rear tire of Alexis Bayarjan, and both of them knocked out of the lead pack. It's Rivera to the lead unofficially right now. Of course, I would imagine a move like that, Caleb, probably going to unfortunately end up with a penalty coming the way of Julian Rivera.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rivera. And that's one of the drivers, that's Friend, who started on the pole position here in this pre-final. It's not going to help him out. He's going to have to start from the tail end of the field for the final. So
and he dominated everything yesterday. Albert Friend was the driver to beat. And now on the second to last lap of this pre-final, he's going to have to go all the way to the rear of the field. 27 drivers, and look at this midfield scrap. 3 wide, 2 wide, all through this massive group here. Coming onto the front stretch to the white flag. Rivera again leads unofficially back to Jeremy St. Cyr. Bayarjan did get back going quickly. I'll give him a lot of credit. He's still third. Vega's fourth. And then it is this pack here of just everyone from about 5th or 6th on back, and oh man, they're all sliding wide and losing grip there in turn number 4. A big shuffle here from 2 and 3 abreast out of turn number 6 on the final circuit. Up the road from them, Vega, Bertolacini, Chasse, Iago Lempin is in this group as well. And as they come out of turn 9, we'll try and get a read on where they all are. There's your 3 leaders. Here's Vega up to 4th for Royce, but he's got company. On the bumper is Bertolacini. He'll go to the middle, Chasse to the high side, and look at everybody else through turn number 10. What a battle. Meanwhile, Rivera is going to come around the final turn. He'll collect the pre-final victory unofficially, of course. We'll wait to see if there's any official intervention. Jeremy St. Cyr will end up second. Bayarjan third. Here comes the rest of the group at the line. Royce Vega, Lorenco Varela, Vega holds on to 4th. Varela 5th. And then the rest of them at the loop. What a battle there outside the top 5 drivers.
Yeah, as the rest of the drivers continue to cross the line, it was Chandler coming across the line in 11th, Nicholas Orbezo in 12th, Maximo Perron across the line in 13th, Massimo LaRusso in 14th, Gabriel Cares in 15th. Here's Andrew.
Then you go back down the grid here. What a disappointing early exit to that pre-final for Albert Friend. The only DNF means he goes all the way to 26th here in this Mini-Max pre-final. So Albert Friend, who will be our driver that we'll have a spotlight on probably in that final, charging through the grid. He's only going to get, I believe, 10 laps is the, at the moment, set distance for the main event. It was 6 here for the pre-final. 10 laps to see how high up the grid Albert Friend can work the Englishman. What a turnaround of luck it was from yesterday, having that day scrubbed from the championship after winning pretty much everything, and then coming back and unfortunately having some issues. There's more official announcements being made here at the track. We are waiting on the next group to roll. It should be the first of the 2 Senior Max pre-finals based on our schedule. There's Senior Max Group A is due up next. We are a little bit behind schedule now, but we're working our way back to on time. About 15 minutes behind at the moment, and that'll probably even out with the extra gaps built into the timetable. So Senior Max A, Senior Max B, pre-finals here with the cut line being right around 16th and 17th.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
onto the racetrack now here for the first of two Senior Max pre-finals. Let's take a look at how they're going to line up here, folks, on the starting grid. First up, of course, Diego Ramos, top qualifier yesterday on that PSL Karting Bureau Alert, completes a Bureau Alert front row with Nolan Bauer on the outside. He qualified third overall. Ryan Maxwell's had a pretty consistent run this weekend in every session we've seen him. The REM Cosmic rolls off third alongside Aiden Fox. Then it's Timothy Pernod and Camilo Trappa on row 3. Frederique Lemieux and Frankie Mossman on row 4. Zach Clemente-Mello and William Botillier on row 5. Matisse Constantini and Macy Williams, row 6. Then it's Emma Scarborough in the Nash Motorsports Machine alongside Felipe Barrichello-Bartz on row 7. Nazareno Lopez Cesarato, Fernando Barrichello, Dion Simard, Koto, and Darren Hillaw. And then now we go, we're already a little bit outside the cut line already, as it will be right around 17th or so to make it through without going to the last chance qualifier. Let's look at the final few rows for pre-final A here in Rotax Senior Max. And of course, it goes all the way back to row 14, 28 drivers in total. Bennett and Gaudet on row 11, Arguelles and Craig, row 12, Wilson and Trappa on row 13. And final row on the grid, Joseph Valentino and Valentino Toriate, 27, 28. They need to pick up at least 10 or 11 spots by our math to safely transfer into the main event. Otherwise, they'll be going to the last chance dance here later this afternoon, slated for, I believe, around 1:45 p.m. Eastern time. But it's the all red and white boys on the front row. Ramos in the bright yellow helmet will be on your left. Coming to turn number 1, Nolan Bauer on driver's left, or your right of the screen there with the blue and red helmet for the Prime Power team. Here we are early on the gas, and we're green down to 1. Oh my goodness, what a slam on the inside lane. Diego Ramos' helmet nearly went back and popped his rear bumper, and it absolutely destroyed the start for Ryan Maxwell's REM Cosmic. He got sent way out to the wayside. It's a miracle Ramos didn't get spun in front of the field. But everybody else has made it, and we are underway as they head for turns 6, 7, and 8 here, Caleb.
Yeah, and Bauer lost a couple of spots there on the start. Did start second, fell back to fourth. It's now Aiden Fox looking for a move down the inside and clear for Aiden Fox in turn number 9. Now he's going to give the signal for the back to try and catch up to Diego Ramos. He's been in a league of his own all weekend, Xander.
That's not Fox. That's ZCD up there into second, it looks like. So what a start for him, if that's correct, from 9th into second. Then you go further to this group here. This is way outside the top 10, actually, further back down the grid. We're trying to find where Ryan Maxwell has been shuffled to. It'll cycle through as they cross the loop. Maxwell dropping outside the top 5, obviously, and he's going to land all the way, way down the order. 13th for Ryan Maxwell. And yeah, Aiden Fox as well down to 14th. So they both got the short end of the stick here off the jump. So it's Ramos over ZCD at the moment. There's more battling in that group. That's Calzonito in the middle there on the Praga. Here's a look at Camilo Trappa on the AM Racing Team X-Spree. He's under fire for the 5th spot, while Bauer has gotten to 4th and pulled away. This group's tightened up. Here's fast Frankie Mossman looking, not going, debating whether or not to go, and he's got one of the Nash Motorsports drivers behind him, and that is Emma Scarborough. What a start for Emma.
Yeah, great start by Scarborough, and it seems like Mossman just wasn't close enough to get that move done there on Trappa. Now going to have to stay content in that 6th spot here for Mossman as the race continues to progress. Mossman not close enough either in turn number 1. Going to have to stay content there behind Trappa.
So let's see if Frankie Mossman can get the move done in turn 4. Not close enough there. And we're getting closer and closer to a dry racetrack. You can see more and more patches are light versus dark than we were even a session ago. 10 laps the distance here for this pre-final. It's a bit of time, but not a ton of time for these guys to move up. Look at Mossman close again. Not going yet, but the gap from Camilo Trappa up to Nolan Bauer is pretty substantial. We're still keeping our eyes on Frankie Mossman. He was slated to start at the front couple rows for yesterday's main with all things properly calculated, as we've got further problems. That is one of the HM Propeller Kart Republics without a side pod and into the wall in turn number 4. Don't know who that one is. It'll update here this time. Might have been Valentino there, so good catch, Caleb.
Yeah, Valentino was in 21st, fell all the way back to the tail end of the field, and he's going to find himself in the LCQ later on today, where only 3 drivers will transfer into the main event. Mossman still there behind Trappa, not close enough as of yet to make the move in turn number 5.
Yeah, and it may end up being 2 because it's hard to calculate that oddball driver between either one of the pre-finals. So I would imagine we end up transferring 34 to go 17 and 17 and then 2 from the LCQ. That's the standard FIA way of if you're going to have an LCQ is to go 17 up in each pre-final. But check this out. ZCD on the bumper of Diego Ramos. Zach Clayman DeMello always finds a way to get a lot more speed when we get to the races now. And he was on that inside lane in 9th, so hopefully that bumper's not pushed in for DeMello, because if it's not, this would be one heck of a pre-final to go from basically starting either in 17th or 18th to potentially on the pole if he could steal this one away from the PSL boys and Diego Ramos. For now, he's not close enough to chuck it in, and those two good buddies off and on the racetrack, so I don't think it'll get too gnarly. And we're getting reports it does look like DeMello's bumper was okay. So if so, this is an all-out battle for the lead beginning to shape up. And don't count out the 2 guys behind him. Timothy Pernot had a good start. He's been just kind of quiet there in the 3rd spot. Haven't talked about him too much, but stayed in the top 10, avoided the chaos in the first corner. And now, finally, Frankie Mossman inside turn 10 and clear. He moves into the top 5, but the top 4 are long gone all the way back to that guy there in 4th, the off-pole man, Nolan Bauer.
Yeah, and for Mossman, really important for him to really make it through the rest of the race. We saw a handful of other drivers that crashed out, finding themselves in tail in the field, and even in the LCQ. So that's something that Mossman doesn't want.
Yeah, you think about that, right? Albie Friend was up there battling for the win. No fault of his own, was just going for a pass and got pile drive from behind. And in his case, at least, he just goes to the tail end, but he's going straight to the final. A crash right here with this many karts still running is an instant ticket to the last chance qualifier, and no guarantee that you're going to get out of that, because there may be some other fast drivers, either in this pre-final or the other one, that have mechanicals. And with, again, just depends on how many drivers they transfer. If it's a wide transfer zone of the top 10 or so, you'd imagine only a couple of fast guys in. You won't worry about a fast guy missing the final today. But in this case, there is a good chance if they only transfer 2 or 3 that you get 4 or 5 fast contenders. One of them that could have been in the top 10 in the final ends up missing out on the show this afternoon. 6 laps complete now, 4 to go. DeMello keeping Ramos honest, and they both are pulling away from these 2 who are now going to swap positions. Nolan Bauer deep on the brakes. Pernod back to the outside, almost clear. Now lets him go, it looks like. Yes, Nolan Bauer rebounds back to P3 from his starting spot of P2. Pernod back to 4th. And in that exchange, that's going to put them outside the drafting window by a lot to Zach Clayman DeMello and Diego Ramos, who run 1st and 2nd down to turn 10.
Yeah, and 2 Burrell drivers, but not under the same tent. Bauer under the Prime Power tent and Pernod under the PSL team tent. So there's going to be no team orders in between the 2 of them, and they're going to continue to jockey for position. Still Mossman in that 5th spot with Trappa in 6th. Scarborough still stays in 7th. Constantini in 8th, not too far behind. And Aiden Fox able to work his way up to the top 10 after an unfortunate start for him, but seems to be clawing back at his anger.
Yeah, Aiden Fox definitely getting his way back up there with Maxwell. They're both 10th and 11th right now, and they're in the middle of a scrum. They just caught up to the back of Felipe Bartz. As look at this, Camilo Trappa sends it in on Frankie Mossman in turn 4. Now Mossman trying to defend off Emma Scarborough. She sends it in 6th. Mossman a good crossover, but it will not be enough to get clear. He's got to get back low just ahead of the HM Propeller Kart Republic of Matisse Constantini. So he falls back to the 7th spot. And again, every position, 1 full row. So you go from looking at maybe 9th or 10th to 13th or 14th. That's a big blow there in just a quarter of a lap. And check this out. Everybody on the inside is Celso Nito. That is Fox going through. So is Maxwell. They are continuing to claw their way up the grid. They get by as well on Felipe Bartz. So that's another spot for them there. Actually, that might have been Bartz, sorry, in the Brandon Motorsport, not Celso Nito. My mistake. That's Felipe Bartz on the Brandon Motorsport Prague, I believe. So it's Fox, Maxwell, and then Frederique Lemieux, then Felipe Bartz in 12th. Nito, I believe, maybe in the other pre-final we've got going. Is side by side again, Mossman through and clear on Scarborough, move him to 6th.
Yeah, move Mossman up to 6th. Constantini not too far behind. So the more that Mossman and Scarborough continue to fight, Constantini's going to put his hands together and get ready to make a move either on Scarborough or Mossman here, because that's really just only affecting them.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost a little time to Camilo Trappa, but not too much. There's the next pack trying to rebound. Aiden Fox and Ryan Maxwell have raced their way back into this transfer zone, so that's good news for them because they were staring down a hard outside wall on the first turn and might have really cost them a lot on the day. Luckily, they're at least in a decent spot now in 9th and 10th, and with a 13 or 12 lap main event, that's still a decent amount of time to maybe work their way forward. They just got to hope that by the way that things get set, they get the inside lane this time, although it wasn't safe, to Maxwell's credit, for this pre-final. He started third. That should have been a really safe starting spot. Instead, he ended up getting shuffled outside the top 10. Final lap underway, though, as we look back to 5th through 7th. No changes there. From Trappa back through Mossman, Scarborough, and then really to 8th, Constantini, 9th and 10th with Fox and Maxwell. Let's check in on, here's a good battle. Down to 10, Mossman versus Camilo Trappa. I don't think he's going to get anything done out of it here. Final lap, though, coming to the line, Diego Ramos. Perfect again. He wins the pre-final flag to flag for pre-final A for Diego Ramos over ZCD, Bauer, Pernod. Check this out, final run to the stretch. It'll stay the same. Trappa, Mossman, Scarborough, Constantini, Fox and Maxwell. Nothing crazy happening there. They just are happy to finish after what was so topsy-turvy for them in turn 1.
Yeah, Lemieux in 11th. It's going to be Barrichello coming across the line in 12th. Portillier in 13th. Lopez Cesarato in 14th. And Gennaro Trappa rounding up your top 15.
And Gennaro Trappa had to start at the back of the grid here, so impressive for him to work his way up into the top 15. That's into the show. However, you go back to the next page of results here, and you're going to see drivers that are not in the best of sorts as they are potentially outside looking in. That could be Macy Williams in the 357, depending on how things shake out. At 36 drivers maximum in the main event, I would imagine Williams goes to the last chance qualifier. Bronson Goodday might go. FIFO Barrichello, Fernando in 16th should be barely safe if the math is anywhere close to yesterday in 16th or basically 31st/32nd tied overall. So Fernando Barrichello and Felipe Barrichello-Bartz, the cousins, look like they're in. Bronson Goodday, I'm not sure if he goes in or has to go to the LCQ. Williams and on down are going to it. So Charles Olivier Dion, Thomas Simard are going to the LCQ. Cotto, Bennett, Craig, Argeles, Toriate, Dane Wilson to the LCQ. And then two DNFs going to the last chance race. Joseph Valentino and Darian Liwa on the REM Cosmic. Both of them 27th, 28th, did only really get about a lap or two each. They're going to the last chance qualifier later this afternoon. So one half done. Now let's see how the other line of the grid will set itself for Senior Max. Senior Max Pre-Final B is coming up next.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Karts on the racetrack now for Senior Max Pre-Final B. Let's take a look at the lineup here for the other half of your Rotax Senior Max grid. Aiden Ingrata was second overall in qualifying, puts him on the pole here for this pre-final. Ryan Norberg gets the biggest godsend, or one of many drivers who had a rough day yesterday that Saturday gets scrubbed. He starts second after qualifying fourth overall, tying with Nolan Bauer for third. Dudu Barrichello watched his younger brother FIFO make it in, his cousin Felipe make it in. Now he gets the easy spot from third, or hopefully an easier spot than what it was for Ryan Maxwell. on the inside of the second row alongside Wesley Gundler. Other big names here. Keep your eye on Harley Keeble and Austin Garrison. They're starting 8th and 9th. Rookie Stephen Miller in 10th. Little ways to go forward, but they've all had some speed and were driving up the grid in the races yesterday. And then further down the grid here, you go all the way through the first 20. Remember that transfer zone? That would right now be Arnaud Saborin. Celso Nito are mixed up with Felipe Barrichello Barks in last race. My apologies. He's outside looking in, or just inside looking out on this one here. 16th for him, 17th for Pierce Jaso. Might be in, might be out. Then Wade, Gaunt, Jose Maria Figueroa, and then you have all the drivers in the next few rows that are on the outside of the transfer zone looking in, from Bennett, Souza, all the way to Michael Boyadzis in the DDR Cosmic, who has to start from 27th. So we imagine around 16th or 17th is the spot to be to make it through to the final automatically without having to go to the LCQ. It's Ryan Norberg's RPG purple and pink machine on the outside. On the inside, the bright green, blue and white. The Premier Karting Tony Kart of Aiden Ingrata as they go through turn 1. Looks like they're mostly through 2, through 3. Little bit of chaos there on the exit, but they're all going to get down to the inside pretty quickly here as everybody blocks low in turn 4, and there's a little contact. Couple drivers wide. Aiden Lorenko going to get the worst of it. He'll go a little bit to the outside, it looks like. Nanji gets through, and here's Raheem Alabai looking on him. This is just around the end of the top 10. Well, it's a great start for your leading trio. Here's Keeble and Garrison there. Big move from Stephen Miller. He gets around, looks like Wesley Gundler. Now Austin Garrison and Harley Keeble will do the same. Laurent Legault to the inside of one of the HMK Kart Republics. And Austin Garrison, Harley Keeble, banging tires. Garrison giving a thumbs up to the young gun, saying, hey, nice work, bud. We were just getting a spot. Work with me. You don't need to be that aggressive on lap 1, but in Keeble's defense, they've only got 10 laps, and now they've only got 9 left to go forward. As what a move from Stephen Miller. Big send in turn 1, Caleb.
Yeah, a good move there by Miller on Nanji. Able to work his way up another spot there. Turning in with Keeble and Garrison. Going to stay the same that time by. Garrison still ahead of Keeble. So for the two of them, for Ryan Norberg, fell back to P3 at the start, and Dudu Barrichello up to P2, and a commanding start by Aiden Ingrata to get this race underway here.
So here we go, out of turn 9, down the backstretch. Check your look at the leaders. Norberg's gone to second over Dudu Barrichello as he tries to track down Aiden Ingrata. There's moves further back. How about Aiden Lorenko going to the inside of Austin Garrison? He's already fallen back from Keeble. Garrison looking back on Lorenko, while Norberg versus Barrichello heads out of the final turn and down the front straightaway. Aiden Ingrata, last time by, was just the outlap. This lap at full speed. What's the time's going to be for the Canadian versus Norberg? 54.5 for Ingrata, 54.4 for Ryan Norberg. He was a tenth better. So he's closing in bit by bit to Aiden Ingrata out in front, who was even with Diego Ramos. So very closely matched lap time wise, it looks like, for your top 4, top 6 drivers overall. Here's what looks to be Stephen Miller just ahead of Laurent Legault. That is 4th and 5th. A great drive forward for the Nash driver.
Yeah, great drive so far by in his rookie season for Stephen Miller. We see him more and more series, and that's Nanji. Really a swerve there on the scrapyard straightaway, as Keeble going to take advantage of that now. Now on the rear bumper of Nanji, see if Keeble's close enough. Not this time in the last couple of corners for Harley Keeble and Lucas Nanji.
Gundler got into the back of Keeble there and sent him to the weeds. And now there goes his teammate Lorenko, and the Fox & Son karts on the outside in turn 1 leaves the door open for both Keeble and Garrison to pick one apiece. And so it's Keeble, Gundler, now Garrison, now Lorenko. Here comes Raheem Alabai as they go down to turn 4, and Lucas Nanji gets a little bit more separation back to Keeble and company as he stays low there defending out of turn number 6.
Yeah, still low on turn number 6. Keeble now continues to close down that gap to Nanji ahead. Is Keeble going to be close enough into turn number 9? Not as of yet, but Nanji's still going defensive there on Harley Keeble.
Very defensive for Lucas Nanji. Look at Keeble.
Wow.
Harley Keeble said, you can go as low as you want. I'll go to the outside, but he overcooks it. Garrison goes through, gives Keeble a little hip check on the wayside to remind him of what Keeble did to him on the opening lap. And now Wesley Gundler again gives the bumper.
Wow.
And he just sent Harley Keeble so far to the outside that Keeble now is going to drop into around 13th. Harley Keeble getting eaten alive out here by everyone throwing a punch his way, but Gundler, that was the second time he'd put the bumper to Harley Keeble. Here's his teammates behind. That's Lorenko going through on, I believe, maybe Juno Chang.
Yeah, so a good move there by Lorenko to get ahead of Chang. The Fox and Sun driver able to get ahead. And we continue to work our way down the scrapyard straightaway. It's going to be Ryan Norberg for the lead of the race. Down the inside on Ingrata. What a move by Ryan Norberg. Up to the lead of the race now as they go side by side. Aiden Ingrata and Barrichello. Still Norberg out in front.
Yeah, Norberg defended low. Ingrata had to follow. Dudu Barrichello to the outside of Ingrata. Closes the door on him there with a big run. And now Norberg a little fade low into turn one. Barrichello right behind. Then Ingrata. It's not terribly far back to Stephen Miller as well. Don't forget about him with Laurent Legault. While Norberg takes it to the inside in turn four. He can feel the Barrichello pressure. Dudu even had a look to the inside in 5 and 6. Not happening. Ingrata still close there, and he says, work with me, let me get back. I'll find a way around Ryan Norberg. Barrichello won a heat yesterday. Norberg won a heat as well. Ryan is parking it on the inside. And let's see what Barrichello does to him on the backstretch. Norberg low again. And Barrichello goes even lower. Eduardo Barrichello to the lead. Norberg crossover, back to it. Ingrata now alongside out of turn 10. And Aiden Ingrata gets through to second now. He says, I'll take the fight back to Ryan. And here comes Stephen Miller. And what a run for Laurent Legault. A very impressive heat performance so far for Laurent, the Canadian, looking strong there in fifth as Miller sends it on Barrichello in turn one.
Yeah, down the main straight, Barrichello was asking emphatically to Stephen Miller to continue to push him and work with him, and Stephen Miller just shoved it down the inside there on Barrichello, and Miller up to P3. A good drive so far by the rookie here. Legault going a little bit defensive on Barrichello there in a turn number 5. And he stays in turn number 6 there, and stays ahead of Barrichello.
So through the sweeping turn 7, turn 8, that quick curve there. Oh, Stephen Miller, another spot for the rookie. He is on a tear, gets by Ingrata. Ingrata looking to answer, didn't do it. Miller hangs on through turn 10. Stephen Miller ready to take the fight to Ryan Norberg here in only his 3rd senior start, his first time against him in the same category as Ingrata. Makes a little mistake in the S's and has to get on the binders to stay off of Miller. Good car control by Aiden. 2 to go now here as they cross, or 3 to go as they cross the line. 7 complete, 3 laps remaining. Ryan Norberg leads us down to the hairpin at turn 5. Miller, wow, what a move. Stephen Miller, your new leader to turn 6.
And there goes Norberg back on Stephen Miller on the inside of turn 6. Norberg back up to the lead of the field.
Miller says, all right, work together with me here, Aiden. Well, Ryan Norberg back to the inside again. Not going to make that same mistake twice. He'll go all the way low. Miller follows. Stephen Miller right on Ryan Norberg's bumper. Will he try the same move that Barrichello did? The rookie is going for it in the marbles, and they make contact. He moves him up the racetrack, and Ingrata's through, and they're popping tires. And now Stephen Miller has fallen back to second. It's Laurent Legault from 4th to the lead out of turn 13.
Yeah, and into turn number 10, Legault let Barrichello go and really took advantage of that entire situation that unfolded in front of him. So now Legault's going to lead us away from Stephen Miller. Ingrata in 3rd, Barrichello down in 4th, and Austin Garrison, welcome to the party now on the bumper of Ryan Norberg.
Hello, Austin Garrison. Stephen Miller sending it again, this time on Legault. Legault crosses him over and into the wall. Into the wall for Stephen Miller as Laurent Legault crossed him over and then closed the door on him. That one might go to the steward's office for review. The race rages on. Miller's out of it now, and Legault becomes the new man to park the bus on the inside. It is Ingrata on his tail. Lucas Nanji, Wesley Gunler, Aiden Lorenko way off the pace of these guys, but they fought so hard. And Laurent Legault, big mistake. He throws the lead away. It's Barrichello through to the lead now. Ingrata to 2nd, Norberg 3rd. Into the turn 13 hairpin here, and Norberg gets turned a bit as Garrison gets into him. Throws his hand in the air, apologizes. But Norberg damage done. He's back to 5th. Austin Garrison to 3rd. Lucas Nanji. There is Wesley Gunler trying to get by him as Norberg is under more pressure. He's right on his teammate's tail. He'll block low. Nanji follows. Big move from Wesley Gunler to Nanji. He'll shuffle him to the wayside. And this is all on the final lap as well. Lorenko back and forth with Nanji. Meanwhile, all the way back to the lead. Let's check in. Barrichello, Ingrata, Garrison to 3rd. And Harley Keeble, by the way, from getting shuffled to the wayside, he's back up to 12th right now, just behind Celso Nito. Ingrata blocking low on his former teammate, his former coach in Austin Garrison. Holds on to second, taps the helmet, but the racing is just about done. And DD2 Barrichello is going to round turn 13 in a wild one here in Senior Max. DD2 wins the pre-final B for Rotax Senior Max over Ingrata. Then Garrison unofficially to Legault, and 3 wide across the line. What a run there from Junao Chang on that Super Tune Tony kart. Nearly nipped out Lucas Nanji, held off Raheem Alibi. It's Laurent Legault 4th, Norberg 5th, Gunler, Lorenko, Nanji in a chaotic one. Stephen Miller, good recovery, heads up driving from Stephen Miller to keep that engine on and quickly get back going. He crosses the line 13th by Harley Keeble. Both of them will safely go through to the main, Caleb. That could have been very treacherous for either one having to go to that LCQ.
Yeah, and there behind the results, you can see a little bit of a Diego Ramos there. It's going to be all Red Army front row in the main event. Barrichello alongside Diego Ramos.
So a crazy final 2 laps for them. Let's take a look at the drivers that unfortunately did not have the best of pre-finals here. All that chaos so far back in the group, though, was the rest of the field. So these guys and girls are probably going to the LCQ, beginning with Pierce Jaso on the SCR Red Speed, I would imagine. Jose Maria Figueroa as well. Potentially Ben Gaunt on that Fox & Son karting Cosmic in 17th. Manuel Gonzalez should be safe in 16th. And then down to the rest of them here for Senior Max pre-final B. You can see the Masters Max drivers are on grid. Rubens Barrichello's got to be fired up. All 3 of his family members racing here. His nephew and Felipe Bartz is in. FIFO Barrichello is in. And DD2 Barrichello, if all things stand, will be set to start on the front row here for that Senior Max pre-final, winning the heat race. And he just set the bar for Dad to go out and do it as well here in Masters Max. So the starting lineup coming up here for Masters Max. And Rubens Barrichello will lead us to green as he put it on the pole over Mundi Lawyer on Friday afternoon qualifying. Nicholas Pico in the Premier Karting Tony Kart was the only driver to go out for warm-up of the bunch. A handful more, but from your front group there, Rubens went out, didn't really put in a lot of quick laps. Pico was quickest. Laurentiu Mardan on the Techno Kart on the outside of row 2. Then it's Romain Monti on the Sodi alongside Danilo Romalo's PSL Karting Bureau. Then it's David Laplante on the Premier Karting Tony Kart. Vince Carey on the Cosmic on the outside in 8th. Jean-Pierre Albrecht on the inside of row 5 alongside Matthias Bonvin. Dominic Legrand and Ramses Lacharak on row 6. Michel Legrand, who had that wild spill yesterday, got the kart all fixed up and back today alongside AKT Racing Team's Abel Martinez. And Sylvain Chenard on the Premier Karting Tony Kart will start in the 15th position as we get set for the Masters Max pre-finals. 2 more pre-finals to go, and then we'll have the lunch break for us and the driver's ceremony. And then we'll go back with the last chance qualifier for Senior Max at 1:45 p.m. So we're back close to where we need to be in terms of time. Just a couple minutes off the timetable, and we'll get that back with the shortened opening ceremonies for the drivers here at the RMC Winter Trophy Final. But that, again, coming up after this race and after the DD2 and DD2 Masters here. But for Masters Max, Rubens Barrichello on the left in the red and white leads us to green. And let's see how they get through turn 1. It was a messy opening heat race yesterday. Clean start so far. Clean through 3, clean through 4, just barely. A couple really up and onto the curbing, but Barrichello to Lawyer. And then back on through the rest of the grid with Romain Monti, Danilo Romalo, and Laurentiu Mardan all in the mix of it as they exit turn 6, head through to the sweeper at turn 7 by about 4 to 5 car lengths. It's Rubens leading the way.
Yeah, and yesterday in the pre-finals and in the heat races, we saw Rubens Barrichello be really quick, having able to get a gap early on in these races and really pull away from the rest of the field. In the final, we saw a difference because of tire strategies. We have a move further back in the field. Not too sure who it is as of now.
That's LaPlante and I believe Mardan going at it there. So Laurentiu Mardan, I think that's Romain Monti. No, Monti on the Sodi's back behind Mardan. That is LaPlante there in the Premier Karting Tony Kart colors, the blue, green, and white right there. So as they come through turns 3 and 4, over to turn number 5, the big white hairpin spread out for the first time here for Laurentiu Mardan. Big run to LaPlante, though. Wow, he got close to him coming out. And I think, and that's Nicholas Pico. My mistake. LaPlante's further back. It's Nicholas Pico, I think, because his transponder did not cross the timing loop. He's being shown in 14th, but that's Pico, I'm pretty sure, in the 3rd spot on the Premier Karting Tony Kart. The 613, indeed. Pico. Yeah, that's Nicholas Pico. And he did not get a good exit again out of turn 10. Something bogging down on that engine right now for Nicholas Pico, as that was a big bobble out of turn number 5's hairpin, and then turn 12, an even tighter corner. It just would not go, and so Mardan moved him up into 3rd here as we put 2 laps down.
And Pico gonna fall into the clutches of Romalo and Monti, who are right on the trails of Pico there. Not the best start for Romalo, still in the 5th spot here early on. Further back, it's LaPlante. Bonvin in 7th, and it's going to be Carey in that 8th spot.
So as they go through the S's here, Laurentiu Mardan back to Pico. There's Danilo Romalo sending it for P5. Oh, wow, what a crossover. And looked a little weird from the side. That was Romain Monti trying to cross him up, but he got onto the inside curve pretty harshly and could not keep the momentum up. He drops back to 6th. Moved Danilo, the Brazilian, up to the top 5. Little gap back, then it's Bonvin, Carey, Jean-Pierre Albrecht, and then Chenard on the Premier Karting Tony Kart has moved his way up into 10th. No sign of Michel Legrand today. Not surprising after the scary spill he had on the final lap of yesterday's unofficial main event where he went up and over, just coming out of not this hairpin turn 5, but on the exit of turn 6 with side-by-side. There's more side-by-side action. Romalo's got another one. Danilo up now past on Pico. So Nicholas Pico back to the fifth spot, and moved Danilo Romalo to 4th. Next on the hit list, Laurentiu Mardan, about a half second up the road.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Pico has a problem or just doesn't have the outright pace really to stay ahead of the drivers of Mardan and Romalo. Still Romalo in that 3rd spot now. It's going to be Mardan in 3rd, Lawyer in 2nd, and Barrichello still leads us away here with half a second of a gap for Ruben Barrichello.
Yeah, look at this now, down to turn number 1 as well. Another Premier Karting Tony Kart trying to get through this time. That was LaPlante trying to go by on Monty, couldn't do it. So no change for them. Reminder, folks watching right now, Nicholas Pico, his transponder is not scoring, but if the transponder is on the kart, it should be okay, and he'll get manually moved into what will now be the 5th position. Romain Monti is actually 6th there on the black and orange Sodi, and then LaPlante in 7th as they head down the backstretch. Romalo, wicked fast here. Danilo's already closing up to Laurentiu Mardan. Larry's going to have company here in a few moments for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, and last time by for Barrichello opened up that gap by a 1/10 of a second and continued to open to Lawyer in that 2nd spot. So 3 drivers here stacked and packed. It's Monty and Pico. LaPlante in that group as well. So not able to make moves down the inside. Wasn't close enough that time by. Going to have to stay content.
Vince Carey back in the 8th spot there, also kind of lurking on in the Cosmic. The Privateer, same for Matthias Bonvin in 8th, as there's a move from LaPlante through on Romain Monti. So move David LaPlante into the 6th spot. Romain Monti back to 7th as Danilo Romalo continues to rocket away into the distance. With Nicholas Pico still P5, about a couple car lengths up the road. Last time by, Barrichello 54.94, a 55.0 for Mundi Lawyer, and Laurentiu Mardan 55.1 to Danilo Romalo's 55.0. So Romalo, 2nd fastest driver on the racetrack, about 100th better than Mundi Lawyer, and only a 10th off of Rubens Barrichello. The 2 PSL Bureau Arts fastest 2 karts right now, and we're getting to the latter stages here of this pre-final as we have now put 6 laps complete, 4 laps to go. It's all been about the great Rubino so far as he heads for turn 5, Caleb.
Yeah, and it's number 5, and he's lapping a 1/10 of a second quicker than Lawyer further back behind. I think last time by, Lawyer was able to close down that gap. Now back at half a second, was at 7/10. So for Lawyer, really important for him to get his head down, and for Barrichello to really, I don't know, maintain those tires, but just keep a consistent gap where he doesn't burn up his equipment.
Yeah, he's just got to manage at this point here because they'll all be on the same rubber when they go into the main event later today. So I think Rubens is just keeping that gap exactly where he'd like it to be. And through the S's this time, the last lap was the first lap that Barrichello did not set the fastest time. He gave up a 10th to Mundi Lawyer. Across the line now, 3 to go. Mundi is still pushing there on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. So Mundi Lawyer, did he take off any more from the gap? He evened it. He did not take off any more. Still 6/10 from Barrichello to Lawyer through turn number 4. LaPlante now with the fastest time. He really got going that time by 54.59 for David LaPlante, back in the 6th position overall. At least that's where we last saw him. He might have worked his way past Nicholas Pico. He has not yet, but quick time for David LaPlante. He left Vince Carey in the dust last time by. And for Danilo Romalo, another 10th just kind of chipped away at Laurentiu Mardan's gap. He is continuing to close bit by bit towards the Technokart driver.
Yeah, and all these drivers really staying content where they are, kind of stagnant so far. Nobody close enough to attempt any sort of move. And still Romalo in that 4th spot, but still sitting in really good lap times, competitive lap times, and seems to be on race pace when it comes to the final later on today.
Yeah, as they work out at turns 1 and 2, they're getting close to where they'd like to peak, or maybe just past where they'd want to peak for that for that final today. The track will probably get a bit more grip with more sessions with sticker Mojo tires, but sun out now, baking the surface, the temperature's going up, and with that longer session at 12 laps, peaking around lap 8 is exactly what you'd want. So anyone good right now at this point in the session, big takeaway to the main event and a lot of confidence. And that's probably got to go the way for Mundi Lawyer, knowing how close he is to Rubens Barrichello pace-wise. Just a little bit better to fire off, and he could really challenge the former F1 driver and former F1 race winner in Rubens Barrichello. Lawyer, last time, still 6.5 back. This time, oh, he's got to be closer, a lot closer. Rubens Barrichello at 2 laps to go, gave up 0.3 of a second last time by. Mundy Lawyer, 0.3 away now out of turn 4.
Yeah, new life for Lawyer here. Still not close enough to attempt the move on Barrichello, but now in drafting range of Rubens Barrichello. Lawyer still hot on the trails of the former F1 driver.
Yeah, Rubens Barrichello, can he get further away, or will Mundy Lawyer force him to be close enough to Rubens that Rubens has to defend low? I think Barrichello should be safe here on this final lap. He checks the gap over his shoulder there on the backstretch, and he'll take the normal line through turn 10. Back behind, look at this. Wow, 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. Pico versus LaPlante, Mardan, Romolo on in the middle, and it's going to cycle back out to pretty much even as they go to the S's for the final time. They all go low to defend it. And Rubens Barrichello hangs on over Mundy Lawyer, but check out this fight for third. It's still going on to the line, side by side for the Premier Karting drivers. Give it the way of, well, we don't know exactly. That was at the line, and Nicolas Pico's transponder wasn't going across well. So hopefully for Nicolas Pico, either way, they're happy with it. Him and LaPlante were battling for the 5th spot. 7th will be Romain Monti if Pico did have his transponder on. Vince Carey will be 8th, Matthias Bonvin in 9th, and Jean-Pierre Albrecht in 10th over Martinez, Dominic Legrand, Sylvain Chenard, and Ramses Lecharik, as Pico again did not score a lap, and no Michel Legrand here on Sunday. One more pre-final remains before our break for openings or for driver ceremonies and the lunch break here for us and the hardworking OKC staff and RTX officials, as well as our Kart Chaser camera crew. And that is our DD2 Max and DD2 Masters Max drivers that are currently down on the grid. Final pre-final here of the morning, and this is for your DD2 Max and DD2 Max Masters drivers. We're just about back on schedule now, and well, let's take you through the lineup. Matt Taskinen, the Canadian on the CRG, qualified on the pole by just 19 thousandths of a second over the Premier Karting, or REM Cosmic, of Gianluca Savaglio. Oliver Bedard in the Premier Karting Tony Kart starts to the inside of row number 2. Alongside him, Leonardo Race and the PSL Karting Beer-Lard, who was one of the fastest yesterday. Harley Keeble crossed the line first in the main event, with him and Savaglio taking the tire advantage by going new for the final, while others saved a set of stickers for today. Well, all that thrown out the window, is back to a level playing field, and Keeble's got to roll from row 3 alongside Nicolas Guillaume's HM Propeller machine. Then you have Pablo Benitez on the inside of row 4 alongside Alexis Valancourt. Then the end of the top 10 as Ludovic Saborens, Prime Power Team Beer-Lard, and the independent Beer-Lard, the privateer, working on his own machine, a one-man band for Preston Leberton there in 10th. Theo Silveira and Michael Wiggins conclude your DD2 Max field, and then the 700 numbers, that's your DD2 Max Masters, the 30 and over drivers, Michael McLean and Bruno Bouchard on the Sodi Racing USA by PK Sports machine. So 14 drivers in total. This was a barn burner final heat race yesterday. I'm hoping that we get nothing less than that here in this pre-final. 10 laps for DD2 Max. Harley Keeble, he's got to mentally reset, and that's a frustrating place to be, Caleb, after just getting punted out of the way in Senior Max, but he's got to go back to neutral to be ready to fight here.
Yeah, for sure. Very important for Harley Keeble. Unfortunate ending to his race last time out with Senior Max, but this time gets another chance here in the DD2 class.
So they will work their way onto the tram lines now. Again, it is the black and orange CRG of Matt Taskinen on the inside. The purple and white REM Cosmic of Savaglio on the outside. And we are underway down to turn 1. Savaglio wide, way wide. Gonna hang on to second though, and a great run around the outside for Leonardo Race. He's able to get in front of Oliver Bedard. And then it's Keeble lined up in there. He's side by side with Guillaume. Harley Keeble back to 7th or 8th on the start. Did not get a good launch off the line. In fact, it was a better launch for Pablo Benitez from 7th to move his way forward. So Benitez, I believe, either Pablo Benitez or Alexis Valancourt, but I believe it's Benitez into 5th on the Scuderia Buell. LGK, look at this for Leonardo Race. Into 2nd as he goes by on Savaglio. Keeble going through on Nicolas Guillaume on the Paralyn and trying to follow his Valancourt's PSL Beer-Lard. He could not, but it's Matt Taskinen already starting to break away out front as they put 1 lap down. 9 laps to go here in DD2.
Yeah, really good start so far for Taskinen as Keeble side by side, down the inside and clear. Keeble up another spot, up in a P5 now as it stands, able to get ahead of Benitez that time by, and Guillaume as well, side by side with Benitez through there. Taskinen now, that gap to Race beginning to close down little by little here, Xander.
Yeah, Matt Taskinen got a big gap. Great opening lap as Guillaume sending it there on Valancourt and on Ludovic Saboren. So Saboren into the mix, Valancourt there as well. 3 drivers all kind of battling it out as they go through the turn 8-9 complex and down the backstretch. Meanwhile, Oliver Bedard has caught his Premier Karting teammate. Here's that back of the top 10, Valancourt on the BCR livery for PSL Karting, has I believe fallen behind Ludovic Saboren, but I'm not 100% on that one. As we cross the line, Taskinen's lead was 6/10. It is down to about 5. Give a 10.5 advantage to Leonardo Race on the PSL Beer-Lard machine.
Yeah, it seems like on the first lap, Taskinen has a really good start every single time, but that lap continuing to close down. It seems like Race has a much better run out of turn number 5 on exit. So for Taskinen, going to be important for him to really pick up the pace here if he wants to stay in the lead of this class.
Can he hold it here? Already Leonardo Race is closing in. Savaglio, Bedard, Keeble, 3rd, 4th, 5th, still lurking on close. Deep on the brakes for Leonardo. Nearly got into the back of Matt Taskinen, who earlier in the heat race yesterday was probably the deepest man we saw on the brakes, and even in their main event that they ran as well. Matt Taskinen, one of the bravest in the class to go in deep and narrow, but Race nearly got in the back of him going even deeper, and he about does it again there in turn 1 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to see if Race can get the move done in a turn number 5. Down the inside, he goes low and clear of Taskinen. So now Race up to the lead of the field. It's going to be Savalio still in that 3rd spot. Bedard in 4th, and Harley Keeble going to join the party here shortly, and the more these guys continue to fight.
Taskinen covered the low side into the sweeper there to keep Savalio at bay. Missed the curb though, and Savalio sends it on him in 9, and now he'll lose another spot. Here comes Oliver Bedard, and I don't even think Bedard was looking to go on Savalio, but Savalio covers that inside. Now Keeble down the inside of Matt Taskinen, and Leonardo Race driving away now as they go to the chicane. Just that 2 corners of defensive driving and passing by Savalio and company has given the fastest man on the track about a half-second lead here at the end of lap number 4.
Yeah, it seems like someone strapped a rocket onto the engine of Race. He's absolutely flying here. 0.8 of a second. The gap to Savalio behind. Keeble down the inside on Bedard. Able to get the move done up in a P3. Harley, Keeble, and Taskinen side by side with Bedard there as well. Not able to get the move done. Taskinen a much better exit there into turn number 7, but going to be stuck on the outside here, Xander.
Yeah, he'll drop back in. Nothing he could do, just kind of looking around. And Oliver Bedard covering off the inside over in 9. Down the backstretch, Harley Keeble continues to roll. Next up will be Savalio. Taskinen still close on Bedard behind him there for 4th. And the rest of the pack has spread a little bit, but there is a nice second group forming of Guillaume, Benitez, Saborin, and Valancourt that have had their own battle for 6th on back. However, I think we've got one looming for 2nd also as Keeble continues to hunt down Savalio. Here's a look at that 2nd pack. That is Guillaume on the parallel at the front of it. Then you've got, of course, Benitez and company. Here comes the main group, though, the leaders. Taskinen on the bumper of Oliver Bedard. Well, I shouldn't say on the bumper. A car length away, and that bubbled just enough to keep him from being close enough to send it on the inside once again.
Yeah, we saw the pace that Keeble had yesterday in the main event, and we're seeing it here again as he continues to close down that gap to Savalio. Now Race continuing to open up his gap, out in the lead, a second out from Savalio, still behind him.
Down to the S's now for Gianluca Savalio. Lap time-wise to Harley Keeble, they've been trading blows. Keeble at a 53.8 last time to Savalio's 53.7. Leonardo Race at a 53.5, but I think Race is starting to slow back down, and Savalio was better. Keeble was a little slower that time, but he's much better here in the first sector. Harley's a car length away. Savalio can feel it, and he's covering the low side there in turn 5.
Yeah, late on the race there for Harley Keeble, and Savalio still going to go defensive here from Keeble. Is Keeble close enough? Not going to be on the outside of turn number 7. See if he tries to set up a move for turn number 9. We've seen a lot of moves happen there this weekend. Is Keeble close enough to get it done? No. Savalio still going defensive there into turn number 9. Sorry.
Keeble looking low. Savalio going to cover off. Keeble to the outside, tries to go deep on the outside lane. Crossover, not enough there as Savalio can pop it down in the first gear, and that's high enough revs to prevent the over-under. But now they have definitely lost the chance of getting to Leonardo Race, and it's going to come down to how good and how wide Gianluca Savalio can make that car into 1. Again low. Keeble, nothing he can do. He's just got to stay in line here. The defensive driving, as we have 3 to go now, has brought in Oliver Bedard and Matt Taskinen into the fight again. Look at Keeble, and he parks it nicely there, but Savalio pulls even. Now Keeble is going to bring Bedard through in turn 6. Here comes Matt Taskinen again, but he's stuck on the outside. He's going to go absolutely nowhere, and Savalio will get back clear, but Harley Keeble had to really work for it. Ultimately, he keeps in, gets and keeps that 2nd position.
Then he's running off into the sunset race. Oh, Taskinen was looking for a move there on Savalio. Savalio moved over to shut the door on Taskinen. So Taskinen going to have to stay in 5th here. Going into turn number 13 now. Still Taskinen not close enough. And Harley Keeble still in that 2nd spot, but all his fighting 2 seconds out to Leonardo Race, running off into the sunset with the pole position here, Daniel.
Yep, that's right. 2 laps to go, and Leonardo Race at a 3-second margin over this group here. Keeble isn't necessarily out of the woods yet. Oliver Bedard is almost close enough to mess with him, just about 2 car lengths away, and then down to half car length under the braking zones, but Harley, nice and wide arcs there in turns 5 and 6. That'll open that gap up again and give him some more breathing room as we head to that long back straightaway. Look at Savalio on his teammate. Whoa, that was a big move there to the inside He'll block the inside down the backstretch now, and Savolio fighting for dear life here. Third versus fourth versus fifth. Keeble now gets to be the one that runs away, and this fight becomes just the edge of the top 5.
And it seems like Taskin just getting stuck on the outside. Happened in turn number 10 there. It's happened multiple times in turn number 7, so just not able to get around the two teammates of Savolio and Bedard. Had that time by Savolio in that third spot, Bedard in fourth, and Taskin still content in that fifth spot, but wanting to make moves here. Like I said earlier, just still getting stuck on the outside of turn number 7, and it's really halting his work up the field.
Taskinen got a run on Bedard coming out of 5. Nowhere to go with it over to turn number 6. Out of 6 here for the final time. Matt Taskinen trying to get creative to at least get himself onto that second row. Otherwise, he'll be back to 5th for his starting spot in the main after qualifying on the pole. Big wide arc there out of 9. Trying to wind it up here for a big run to 10. I still don't think he's quite close enough. And he isn't. He'll stay behind Bedard. And up the road, Leonardo Race, perfectly driven here. Fastest driver almost all session, almost every lap. He's going to punch his ticket to the pole here for the final. Leonardo Race wins the pre-final in DD2 Max over Keeble and Savolio. Taskinen unable to get Bedard at the line. Guillaume ends up in 6th. That's Pablo Benitez. Ludovic Saborin holds off Alexis Valancourt there at the line. A close battle between the two of them. The Birol Arts for the Prime Power Team and PSL karting operations. And then into the top 10, Michael McLean on the Sodi Racing USA Masters DD2 entry. Beats Bruno Bouchard with Preston LeBreton right behind the two Masters drivers. He's gotten closer and closer all weekend long. And then it's Theo Silveira, unfortunately, with the DNF in that Premier Karting Tony Kart. That wraps up the morning action, folks. There is a about hour, 10-minute add-on here before we get back underway. And that is until the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier is set for 1:46 p.m. local time, Eastern time here in Orlando, Florida. Sun's come out, the rain is gone. Main events and the LCQ for Senior Max are all that's left.
Talk to me.
Thank you, Henry. Once again here, everyone, please make sure to stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Showtime here from Orlando for the main afternoon show for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy Round 1 main events. Will be following one more session, though. It is the Rotax Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier here in Orlando, and the warm-up lap underway. It was a tie, of course, in the points for 17th to 17th through the pre-final. Unfortunately, Macy Williams did not have a faster lap time from qualifying, so she has to start pole here for the LCQ. Charles Olivier Dione will start on the outside of her in that PSL Karting Bureau Art. Then it's Gennaro Trappa, who originally raced his way in but was bumped out of the top 17 after penalties, with William Bennett on row 2. Corbin Craig, Thomas Simard on row 3. Then you've got the likes of Victor Coito and Kevin Urgueles on row 4. Valentino Toriate and Dane Wilson on row 5. But Joseph Valentino and Darren Hilwa in row 6. Pierce Jaso and Jose Maria Figueroa on row 7. Autumn Fisher, Edward Bennett, Stephen Miller, after penalties, has to start down on the inside of row 9 from nearly leading and winning that heat race in Senior Max. Stephen Miller rolls off in 17th. Michael Bayadzis, Renzo Barboy, Mate Granier are your top 20 out of the 23 starters that are on the list here for the Last Chance Senior Max race. The final 3, Pedro Carvalho, Christopher Giram, and Josh Souza. The top 3 will transfer to be 34th, 35th, and 36th. 23 enter, 20 will have their weekend end right here, Caleb, at the end of this 10-lap LCQ.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have to keep an eye on Stephen Miller. We saw him super quick in that pre-final, and like you said, after post-race penalties, finds himself fighting for a spot here in the main event.
So how hard can they all get through turn 1, making up spots or holding their own without crashing? We saw a very chaotic start to what we thought was the LCQ yesterday. Here we go, getting underway. Macy Williams on the left there, the young lady out of Colorado, leads us down to turn 1. She got a nice jump, and this time a much more tame opening quarter. Look at Stephen Miller. Wow. He's picked up about 6 spots already, and the blue Nash Motorsports EOS Kart is up to 5th already, now looking for 4th. Turn 5, he's got it. Oh, almost there. Now he's going to get 3rd. And just like that, Stephen Miller from 17th on the grid has cut his way up into 3rd and in a transfer spot right now here, half a lap into this LCQ.
Yeah, what a start so far by Stephen Miller, getting himself, like you said, already into the transfer positions. He's not going to want to stay there, going to want to go another spot better to try and be in a comfortable spot to come away. Oh, we have a spinner, one of the Burrells from 2nd, and he's going to find himself out of the main event here. That's the 301, Xander.
Charles Olivier Dion into the wall in turn 10. That was an awkward crash coming into the hairpin on the opening lap, but the PSL Bureau Art just looped it. So Charles Olivier Dion is out, and now Gennaro Trappa on the X-Spree for the AM Engines racing team is in 3rd, but he's not got a big gap out back. It's Jose Maria Figueroa on that Gillard for GKS. Back in the 4th spot. Gennaro, just like Steven, clawing his way up the grid here after a rough start. Look at this mad scrum. This is outside the top 3. To be fair, knowing that there were so many penalties in that pre-final, it's not necessarily over for this group from 5th on back. With Autumn Fisher on the Race Lab Karting Villeneuve kart there, under fire from the Sodi of William and Edward Bennett. The two brothers trying to work together down the back straightaway, and almost actually working to the detriment as Edward getting a bit too much into the back of William, and William's going to let him go there in the S's now. Behind them, it's one of the HM propeller machines. That looks to be Thomas Simard on the 334 right there in tow on the white and orange KR. He's going to look to the inside. Thomas Simard will pick up another spot. The Canadian moves forward, and one of the Bennett brothers back down a couple more.
Yeah, good spot. And everything outside of the top 5 is going to be an absolute scrap. We know only 3 can transfer. So anybody outside the top 5 is going to try to go another spot better and continue to make passes. As one of the Bennett brothers down the inside on Fisher. It's going to be Bennett up to P5 here.
Yeah, Edward Burnett, I believe, is the one that's still ahead. So Edward Burnett into 5th. But this is still kind of all for naught right now. That gap in leaders is pretty massive. Their speed is nowhere close to the top 3. Macy Williams, Stephen Miller, Gennaro Trappa. They are 6 to 7, even 8/10 quicker than anybody else. Half a second up on this guy right here, Jose Maria Figueroa. So Jose Maria not able to close the gap on the speed, and neither will this group either. They'll need a penalty or a major issue for the top three to bring them into the mix. Is Simard. Another big send. That's on Autumn Fisher in the blue and white Villeneuve Kart for TB and Race Lab as she falls back a spot. Here's a look at the leaders. Stephen Miller picked up about a couple hundredths on Macy Williams last time by, but the three of them just need to kind of ride where they're at. They'll transfer through to the show, Caleb. Just hang on. You don't need to do anything wild.
Yeah, and some of these drivers did opt to go on the new tires. Not sure of those drivers yet. Haven't checked those reports yet, but Stephen Miller in that second spot. It's going to be just important for him to get into the final, keep the rest of his LCQ clean for him, and focus on the final later on today.
Yeah, the only one that went with new tires was Darian Hilwa, but I think, again, with only having the pre-final only being 10 laps, it's not a big advantage to go to sticker rubber here compared to the drivers just on their second heat cycle. So Darian Hilwa has picked up a handful of spots on that REM Cosmic, still down in 14th. That's the only driver we've been told did go to sticker Mojo tires for the LCQ. Coming out of turn 5, Miller picked off another half-tenth off Macy Williams. If he goes by her, it really doesn't change much. You go from 35th to 34th, so forcing the issue, it wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense besides some air time, but it might make it an easier starting spot to get to the outside lane and be able to over-under the field versus inside back row. I'm not sure if he cares to go by. Here's the Bennett brothers again battling as Thomas Simard's gotten clear, and so has Renzo Barboy. He's in that OTK machine to your right that's just gone through. Then you go back and you find one of the Bennett's. Then, oh wow, big slide for the other one. The two brothers trying to pick them apart. I think that was William Bennett that went way wide in the turn 10 hairpin. Yeah,
and I think William started having issues on the exit of turn number 7. Got a little loose there. Seemed like the issues just continued through the rest of the field. Side by side there in the Sodi karts. That was actually your pole sitter at the start. He finds himself way back in the field. And now trying to work his way up, trying to maybe crawl back to some sort of extent, try to get up into the top 10 again.
Yeah, here they go over to turn 6. Out of that corner again, that is Autumn Fisher, the older sister to Ty Fisher, who is starting pretty nicely in the Junior Max main event that'll be rolling after this one. Unfortunately for Autumn, it looks like she's not going to join her brother in having a main event starting spot, in this case being in the Senior Max category, stacked at over 50-plus drivers here this weekend. 5 in, 5 to go still, but 4 seconds and counting from from Jose Maria Figueroa to Miss Macy Williams, and 3 seconds of that alone is just the gap to Gennaro Trappa. That's why our cameras are outside the bubble spot right now, finding some of the drivers further down the leaderboard, like Renzo Barboy, Edward Fournette, Autumn Fisher, Kevin Urgueles, and Darren Hilwa are the two on our screen. Here's Hilwa making another move. That'll put him into the top 10 if he can make a stick on Urgueles, just behind Autumn Fisher, who runs in 8th. Or sorry, they'll move Hilwa up into 9th, Urgueles back to 10th, but Autumn Fisher 8th and Edward Burnett in 7th. So with that pass done, that's another spot gain for Darien.
Yeah, and for the top 3 teams, like, they're going to be stagnant there. Figueroa just not close enough to continue to close down that gap to Trappa. So unfortunately, I think that's going to be it for Figueroa, unless there's some sort of penalty that gets added to the top 3. That's going to be it for Figueroa here, sadly, finishing in that P4 spot.
Yeah, here we go across the line, another lap into the books. 3 to go. Back behind them, kind of looking on. That's Charles Olivier Dion. What a race that could have been for that PSL Karting BRLR driver in 11th. The big spin out of turn number 10 on the opening lap sent him all the way to the rear. He's gotten back going and recovered decently well. Speed-wise, he would not have been fast enough, I think, to stay in the top 3, but he might have tried to make things interesting, because look at these 3 here. Long gone. Macy Williams, Stephen Miller, Gennaro Trappa. They are one of only a handful of drivers in the 54-second bracket, and quicker than anyone else on the circuit by about 2.5 tenths of a second for their best lap to anyone else's. So it's no doubt that we're getting the best 3 out of this LCQ grid that are going to transfer in if all things hold station and results end up being official with no penalties, no issues in post-race scrutineering. Macy Williams, Stephen Miller, and Gennaro Trappa, best of the 23, definitely deserve to go into the main event today, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. And for Stephen Miller, like you said, was in contention for the pre-final win in his group, and then after contact late in that race, ultimately put him at the end of the field and into this race, obviously with post-race penalties as well. So for Stephen Miller, just more seat time for him to get ready for his main event coming up later.
Here they go down the back straightaway, this time into turn 10. Miller, if he wants to make it interesting for fun, he could try to battle it. He may just kind of ride where he's at. Car length away from Williams and a big gap to Gennaro Trappa. Let's see what he wants to do. Final lap. Do we have any kind of fireworks? Hopefully not for all three, as Williams leads us down to turn number 1. 1 lap to go here in the Senior Max last chance qualifier. Out of turn number 4 over to turn 5, the hairpin. Miller is going to go inside and clear. New leader, Stephen Miller, and he'll defend it over into turn 6. At this point, maybe just some more racecraft kind of experience for the rookie, but a surprising move. Didn't need to go, decided to go, and luckily they've got a big gap to Gennaro Trappa. Either way, maybe that one spot could make a bigger difference, or if Stephen Miller feels like he might be outrunning a penalty that's position-based, which I don't know if you have too many of those here at all. That would be the other motivation for trying to go through for the lead on the final lap, because they're all three going to transfer. It's a 1 to 2 position change. Not worth really the extra effort. Williams going to have a little look there in the S's, but not going to go. It's Stephen Miller on the final lap, taking the win here in the Senior Max last chance qualifier. Williams back to Gennaro Trappa. The top 3 that will move on to the main event this afternoon. First one out, Figueroa there, then Thomas Simard, who ends up in 5th, and then Rene Barboy out as well in 6th. But it's the Nash Motorsports EOS car driver, top of the boards. Few more shuffles on the end of the leaderboard. Looks like problems for Kevin Urguela. He drops out of the field there on that last lap. But no question here, Caleb.
Yeah,
look at the gaps
sure.
right there. Those 3 deserve to go in.
Yeah, no, for sure. The gap back to P4 and Jose Maria Figueroa, it's 8 seconds. So a commanding, I guess, transfer for Stephen Miller, Macy Williams, and Gennaro Trappa for later on in today's main events.
So that does it for the last chance qualifier for Rotax Senior Max here. Let's take a look at where the rest of your favorite drivers wrapped up in that one. All the way down, Kevin Urguela is on that final lap. Unable to finish. He drops to 19. Dane Wilson, Michael Boyadzis, who started tail end of the field there, and Monty Grenier, all unfortunately unable to finish the LCQ today, and their weekends will end there. The same for Pierce Jaso on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Did not go out for that LCQ. Main events are up next year, folks. Again, you can take a look at the lineup that we've got of all the classes and when they are slated to go. We are back right on time with where we need to be for racing here today. So 6 main events coming your way. The Senior Max drivers that just transferred out of the LCQ will have time before their main event to work on the karts, but we'll pull the schedule up so you can see when your favorite class, your favorite drivers are going racing.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
All right, it's time for our first of 6 main events here on the afternoon. Junior Max is out, and oh my goodness, we've got 2 karts together. One is one of the Energy Corsa Racing America ones. The other one of the SCR Red Speeds. Looks like
200.
One is the 200. I believe that's Felipe Jesus Benito. The other one I'm not 100% sure on, but either way, for the Junior Max main event grid here, Davin Roberts and Fausto Arnato make up the front row. Jackson Wolney and Turner Brown on row number 2. Ty Fisher and Major Makovskis on row 3. Victor De Alencar, Max Weiland, row 4. Salvador De La Vecchia and Nathan Dupuis on row 5. Pierce Wade, Antoine Lemieux, row 6. Martin Jaramillo, Chase Gassiet-Lee, Walter Jenkins, Yao Pereira, Maddie Grace, Luke Fedowitz, Cole Medeiros, and Naomi Garcia, your top 20 of the complete 36 driver grid. Let's check the back few rows to find where your favorite driver may be rolling off here in this one. Row 11's got Edward Kennedy and Carson Weinberg. I think it might have been Kennedy that got together with Benito there coming out of the pit lane. Then you go back behind Frederick Manning on row 13, Alejandro Vasquez, Gomez, and Luis Thomas Pelletier. Donnelly and Luis Cifre there on row 14. Luca Cariotti and Lillian Scarborough. Tiziana Rosso Orcel and Damian Baez. Then it's Diego Gabriel Morales Perez and Isaac Malcutt, Ramy Guzman, and Teddy Musella, who won his pre-final, was either too wide or too narrow on the track width and got put to the rear. It also then it would have gone to Max Weiland. He got a bumper penalty, pushes him back to 4th in the pre-final and 4th on the inside lane. Fausto Arnato started dead last after not turning a single lap in qualifying. Drove through the grid, finished 3rd after penalties, gets to lead the field of the green on the outside of the front row alongside Davin Roberts. An impressive run on that AJF Racing Kart Republic. He's in the blue and white on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, the privateer sensation, Davin Roberts, the dad and son are on pole out of 36, and we're green down to turn number 1 here in Junior Max. Through turn number 1, and it's a big pile up on the outside of the first corner. 4, 5, probably 6 cars collected on the outside of turns 1 and 2. That was a lot of the outside lane inside the top 15. So we'll see which of our main contenders we lost off the bat. But it looks like there's Max Weiland. He started again in the 8th spot. He's back to about 12th or so behind Walter Jenkins, it looks like, and there's more further away. Meanwhile, it's Roberts. Here comes Arnato. No, a little bit too sideways to get through. Right behind him, it's the first of the boys in black and white, the SCR Red Speed of Jackson Wolney, then Turner Brown, then Ty Fisher, your top 5 as they exit turn 10 here on the first lap.
Yeah, and it seems like everybody on that outside line really just did not get a good start and got the bad end of the stick as they go side by side. Davin Roberts and Arnato. Roberts still ahead as it stands. But like I was saying, the outside line did not get the best start. Chico Brown got shuffled back a little bit at the start, but now he's back up to P4 and looking to contend for another race win for him.
Davin Roberts, again, on the Ryan Perry Motorsport livery, Tony Kart. Leads us over to turn number 5. You got a little sideways out of 4. New leader, Fausto Arnato to the point. As well, Ty Fisher takes over 4th from Chico Brown. Brown defending nearly to the inside. Didn't even want to pass him, but Fisher went in really easy, and Victor De Alencar got caught out to the wayside. And now look at Salvador De La Vecchia into the top 5 on the Kart Republic.
Yeah, De La Vecchia really took advantage of that. Chico Brown just went a little wide into 7, and Salvador stuck it down the inside and was able to get the move done. Now Davin Roberts back to lead. Arnato down the inside, goes lower than Roberts, and De La Vecchia as well on the inside of Ty Fisher. De La Vecchia makes up another spot, and Chico Brown gets shuffled way back, almost outside of the top 10 here, Xander.
Salvador De La Vecchia was heartbroken this morning when he came in after winning the main event yesterday, when he was told that all the main events were scrapped and Saturday didn't matter. He was so excited to hear about the Rotax Grand Finals being announced that it'll be at Sarno in Italy, his favorite racetrack. He's never gotten to go over there. De La Vecchia wants to win the ticket, and he is on a charge, as so is Nathan Dupuis with a nice move on the inside, and Jackson Wolney. Simultaneous SCR Red Speed passes, and now De La Vecchia to 3rd on Roberts as the pole man is back to 4th. Fausto Arnato continues to lead through turn 7 over to 8 and 9, and Jackson Wolney is the next one in the target space of De La Vecchia, as down the inside is that Dupuis. It was Dupuis to 4th. Nathan Dupuis. Hello, Captain Canada, moving to 4th.
Yeah, really anybody's game at this stage of the race, and more moves further back. Wow, a little bit of a bump there. I think that was De Allen car. Got into the rear of another driver, but able to get the move done.
The rear already moved out of the way in turn 10. Way back for Major. He lost about 4 or 5 spots. And De La Vecchia is all over Jackson Wolney. Here he comes, turn 1 inside. Looking through. Salvador De La Vecchia up to second on the San Antonio Racing Kart Republic.
Yeah, Salvador De La Vecchia, a good move by him, and now further back, looking for a move. That was Dupuis on his teammate of Jackson Wolney. Wasn't close enough for Dupuis, and Arnaudo still ahead. And the more these guys fight, Arnaudo's going to be able to open up the gap to second. So important for De La Vecchia, Wolney, and company to really start working together and try and close down that gap to Arnaudo in the lead.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there in turn number 6, Caleb. That left-hand hairpin after the opening hairpin there, right in front of our camera, looks to be really dirty on the outside of the track as Dupuis goes for third. That's the second time this race we've seen a driver. At first it was Ty Fisher, went into that corner to the outside, the normal clean part of the groove, get sideways, missed the apex. That time by it was De La Vecchia, same thing. So as they exit turns 12 and 13 and head on to the front straightaway, Arnaudo still your leader to De La Vecchia, then Dupuis into turn number 1, and we're already 4 laps in to only a 10-lap main event for Junior Max. There is not a lot of time left in this one for them to track down Fausto Arnaudo, who has moved himself to 7/10 ahead of the field through turn number 6.
Yeah, good drive so far by Arnaudo, continuing to open up his gap. De La Vecchia losing touch just a little bit. He really has to keep his head down and try and continue to close down that gap. Dupuis still in P3 with teammate Jackson Wolney in P4, and Davin Roberts, from starting on pole, fell all the way back to P6, and I think may have lost even another spot to Chico Brown, who works his way up to P5, and side by side, Ty Fisher. Roberts goes back on Chico. So Roberts back up to P5, and Ty Fisher gets through as well up to P6.
Turner Brown back now to the 7th spot. De Allen car is the next one there. Then it's a little gap to Antoine Lemieux and Chase Gassiet lead. Brown sends it on Fisher. Too deep, over under. Ty Fisher back to 6th, and they continue to lose ground to Jackson Wolney, who rides up the road there in the 4th spot. So P5, a constant shuffle right now, and they have backed up to the end of the top 10. Brown, a little mistake. Here comes Victor De Allen car trying low, side by side, 3 wide. Fisher gets the worst of it. Brown gets through. De Allen car, the second time here, he gets shuffled, and he goes all the way outside the top 10 behind that Beryl Art machine of Pierce Wade in the Prime Power Team colors. So Wade now into 10th. Here comes Antoine Lemieux on Fisher, and meanwhile, Nathan Dupuis hunting down Salvador De La Vecchia for second. Both of them tracking down Fausto Arnaudo. Look at Antoine Lemieux. Oh, wow. Man, and Chase Gassiet Lee was going to the inside of just Ty Fisher, and it was a big shove from Pierce Wade to say, you're going even further than that through into turn number 10. So Ty Fisher now, he's back with De Allen car, and Turner Brown finally gets some breathing room there up the road at the end of lap number 6.
Yeah, battles all across this field as Wade now down the inside on Gassiet Lee, taking to the outside. Fisher as well, able to get through. So I think that's Wade able to work up his way up the field, and Fisher looking for a move on the inside, not close enough that time by.
But they both went wide, and they're all just losing so much time.
Wow.
Look at this midfield scrap. Everyone getting shuffled out. That time it was, I believe, Lemieux, and now there's more just swarming here out the end of the top 10. This is a crazy fight here. Way back, it just keeps working its way down the pack of kill or be killed at the moment here in Junior Max. Ty Fisher finally gets some breathing room. So does Pierce Wade. There's Martin Jaramillo on the U-Race Tony Kart making a move. That was on the inside of one of the Sodis, and I believe it might have been on Naomi Garcia, the young lady from Trinidad, in the middle of this mix, along with, I believe, another one of the SCR Red Speeds, Carson Weinberg, his first race in a kart in over a year. Here's Max Weiland to the inside of Victor De Allen car. He started 8th, fell way back. Now he'll take a spot back away. Max Weiland into the top 10, and up front, Davin Roberts getting around Jackson Wolney, who has started to slip backwards. That is, I believe, for the 4th spot. So, 4th spot for Davin Roberts, the pole man, rolling now, while 2nd and 3rd are trying their best to hunt down the leader. Now Nathan Dupuis says that's enough working together. He's going by De La Vecchia, and with coming to 2 laps to go, Fausto Arnaudo's lead is now going to be up to over a second back to P2 and P3, and Dupuis goes wide. Now De La Vecchia on the outside of him, lets him back in but they need a couple of superhero level laps because the margin from Fausto Ornato to Nathan Dupuis is 1.1 seconds. So Dupuis, a good drive forward, but it may end there unless he's really able to track down Fausto Ornato with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and as we're talking about gaps, the gap in between Chico Brown and Ty Fisher is at 4 seconds. We saw all that fighting break out in between Fisher and company, everybody behind inside the top 10. We saw that fighting break out, and the gap in between 6th and 7th, 4 seconds. Here's Anders. That's really released the rest of the field, and everybody else just fighting for scraps here, for points. Like Henry said yesterday, it's all a championship. See who wins the championship at the end for the big ticket in Bahrain. So it's just a championship for these guys at the end of this day.
Fausto Ornato started dead last in his pre-final. I can't say it enough how impressive that drive was in the mixed conditions on the wet tires. Now on sticker mojos, Fausto on the final lap here in that AJF Racing Kart Republic. It's a small team based out of Miami, Florida. Just a couple of drivers here this weekend. He normally, the Argentinian, has run with the Inter MS boys, but they're absent this weekend. He found a temporary home with the AJF Racing operation to stay on the familiar Kart Republic chassis. And now he's half a lap away from a major race win at the RMC Winter Trophy. Over 39 drivers here. Although it looks like this main event is actually a bit longer than originally we thought. 5 laps to go is what the board shows, so there may be more time. We thought this was the final lap. Let's correct that. It looks like we've got 15 on the boards here for Junior.
Yeah, so 5 laps to go. Not celebrations just yet for Fausto Ornato. The gap back to Nathan Dupuis currently sits at a 2nd and a 10th. For Della Vecchia, a 2nd behind Dupuis at the moment, but big gaps, 5 laps to go. It can get done, but really just got to put his head down for Nathan Dupuis and Salvador Della Vecchia. They want to close down that to the commanding lead that Fausto Ornato has. The gap further back, update in between Jackson Wolney and Wade is at 4 seconds still. So the gap in between 6th and 7th still at 4 seconds, as we saw that fighting go and unfold just outside the top 10.
How much do you have in the tank, Nathan Dupuis? The SCR Red Speeds, at least for him and Turner Brown, are coming back alive. Brown got by Davin Roberts. Roberts looking on him, didn't go. So now they're trying to track down Salvador de la Vecchia to get into 3rd here at the end of this one. Jackson Wolney is there. They've spread out quite a bit, but it's all on the shoulders of Nathan Dupuis. Spoke with him and his father. They actually camped out right near our compound here this weekend. And they had a really up and down run in the opening 2 weeks of the winter kind of tour season here with the SCUSA Winter Series and then the Rock Florida Winter Tour. A big crash where he really would have been in contention there. Now Nathan Dupuis has an opportunity if he can track down Ornato. He's a little bit quicker. He's not quick enough though. Half a tenth better the last 2 laps. He's knocked it down from about 1.2 to 1.1 seconds. He needs more than that though here. We're 11 down. 4 to go if things are the same. Maybe either 14 or 15 laps here for this Junior Max main event. We're trying to make sure our ticker is correct on that. It did modify from the original schedule, we were told. So we'll keep our eye on that timer on the finish line straight. You can see how quickly Dupuis has pulled away from De La Vecchia. So that was obviously a smart move to go on his own and make that move to go by. Speaking of going by, Roberts going back by on Turner Brown. So that was for 4th. Across the line this time, 2 to go. So 14 laps, it appears, is the distance here for Junior Max. 2 laps remaining for Nathan Dupuis. That time, Ornato went back a little bit quicker. So Fausto now back a bit faster. And Turner Brown getting away from Davin Roberts. There was a big bobble for Roberts a lap or 2 ago. And it allowed Turner to pull further away. Jackson Wolney's actually closing in on him. Nathan Dupuis still 2nd. Ornato the leader. And again, Fausto pulling away, headed for the white flag this time. Turner Brown trying to at least crack the podium here today, get some hardware as he tracks down De La Vecchia. He was, by the looks of things, Turner Brown at least, oh wow, he was really fast. He picked off 6/10 last time by. Turner Brown, fastest car on the racetrack by a lot. White flag in the air for Ornato. Brown needs another big lap here to get it. Can Chico get his way onto the box here today? That time by, it was 13 laps complete. He picked up another nearly 3/10 on De La Vecchia. It'd be close, but he just might come up a lap short here in this 14-lap main event. Pops the curb there in turn 4. Turner Brown trying to get up to Salva. And the San Antonio Racing independent operation there. The Kart Republic still third here on this final lap around.
Yeah, final lap around, and Turner Brown really pushing here, trying to close down that gap to Salvador Della Vecchia for the last of the podium spots. But all out on his lonesome, Fausto Arnaudo, Xander.
Out of turn 10, final time here, folks, from Orlando. What a performance. Argentina proud for Fausto Arnaudo. Out of the last turn over the AJF Racing Kart Republic boys. Fausto wins the main event here for round one of the Winter Trophy. Dupuis second at the line. Chico just shy of the podium. De La Vecchia holds and will still score a major points haul. But Fausto Arnaudo fired up there after that one. What a run for Nathan Dupuis. He kept him honest there at the end, but ultimately just not enough to get there. Started a bit too deep in the field to close the gap to Fausto. So Fausto Arnaudo, your winner here in Junior Max over Nathan Dupuis. Salvador De La Vecchia, Turner Brown, fastest lap by about a tenth and a half over anyone else on the racetrack. Some quick times out of those SCR Red Speeds that end up second, fourth, and fifth, with the San Antonio Racing Kart Republic in third. Davin Roberts, the pole man, ends up slipping behind Jackson Wolney late there. He falls back to the sixth spot. Pierce Wade, seventh. Martin Jaramillo gets around Ty Fisher at the end there for eighth. Fisher, ninth. Naomi Garcia ends out the top 10 over Dale Carr, Teddy Musella. Carson Weinberg shaking the rust off in his first race back, goes 13th. Max Weiland, 14th. Walter Jenkins had a terrible day yesterday, would actually have been cut from the LCQ or from the main event on the three that didn't make it. Today he turns his luck around. The Sodi driver ends up inside the top 15. Then you go back to some of your other notables there. Edward Kennedy obviously didn't suffer too much damage on that crash on the outlap. He ends up in 19th. And then further back, even all the way to the end, we had 30 at least continue by the final drop of the checkers. And it was only all the way to the final few drivers that were collected late. Isaac Malkut started deep in the field. He got collected in an issue. Matty Grace, Major Makovskis, who was up front early. Felipe Jesus Benito out, as well as Chase Gassiet Lee on the Dan Devereaux Racing Cosmic. Gassiet Lee was in the top 10 early. Does not get to cross the line. Gets a 32nd place result here in this Junior Max main. So one done here, and now we get set to roll into main event number 2 here today for our 6 finals on deck. Micromax is only about a minute or two away from going green once the track is cleared here from the juniors.
All right.
Kart's onto the racetrack now for Micromax as the field begins to roll. Let's take you through the starting lineup here for the youngest superstars, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Dominic Vera, the Energy Corsa Racing America's machine, will start on the pole alongside the Praga Brandau Motorsport entry of Marina Brandau. She had a fantastic drive in the wet, almost got up to Dominic before it was all over. But now, as we take a look through the rest of the grid, Nolan Goulart on the BJR MDR entry starts to the inside of row 2 alongside Zane Burgess. Then it's Bernardo Goubert on the inside of row 3 alongside Jaden Francisco. Then row 4 has Matisse Lacroix in that PSL Karting Bureau Art alongside Josh Bergman, Sodi Kart. Row 5, the end of the top 10, Kimo Amada, a good drive forward for a bit of that pre-final. He's on that Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard alongside the SCR Kart Republic of Alonso Gonzalez. Cristobal Riccio starts to the inside of row 6 alongside Hudson Howard's DDR Cosmic. Then it's Luca Minosi and Charles Teo on row 7. Sebastian Wasmosi's Team Benek machine will start to the inside in 15th. Alongside him, Sebastian Baroa in the number 7. Then it's Grayson Knifick and Maddox Pelletier on row number 9. And then finally, on the back row is Axel Garcia, who did not get a single lap in that pre-final. Rolls off in 19th here, tail end of the field for Micromax. See how far Axel can move that Sodi Racing USA Sodi kart up the grid. So that's your lineup for the Micromax drivers as they round turn number 10 and begin to form up here for the main event. You have that white and red U-Race Brandau Motorsport combination Praga for Marina Brandau. And then on the outside of her right now, but it'll be the inside for turn number 1, the bright yellow helmet and then blue and red Energy Corsa Racing America's entry of Dominic Vera. So Micromax, ages 7 to 10 years old, trying to get the tickets, of course, to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. They are all out of formation, though, here, and it will not be a green, I don't believe, down at turn number 1. So no green on the first try by for the Micros. And they'll begin to get back into position. Couple confused about it, so this might trigger a red flag here on the first try.
Yeah, looks like we have 12 laps for this Micromax main event. So 12 laps for some of the youngest drivers here this weekend, looking for a trophy for the world, the Rotax Worlds later this year.
So they're going to creep their way through turn number 7. It'll give us a little more time to talk about the grid overall. Josh Bergman yesterday drove up in the dry in what was the scrub main event. Towards the top 3, he was pretty quick and sporty on that Sodi Racing USA by PK Sports machine. There's a lot of them in the grid. Of course, all the way at the tail end, we'll keep our eye on Axel Garcia, the younger brother to Naomi Garcia, who'll be raced just a moment ago in Junior Max. Again, Micromax here now. Then it'll go into our Mini Max drivers, followed by Masters Max, DD2 and DD2 Max Masters, which is going to be interesting because it goes right before Senior Max, and Harley Keeble, the driver doing the double this weekend, is going to hop right out of that DD2 Max car, have about all of maybe a minute to 2 minutes once he gets through the scale line to go hop in his Senior Max machine, where he's rolling from about mid-grid in Senior Max, but front row at least in DD2. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do under the pressure and conditions to try and go back-to-back in the fastest 2 classes in the RMC Winter Trophy class structure, the 2-speed DD2s and the single-speed but lighter than the Masters unrestricted Rotax Senior Max class. Here we go once again, Micromax into the tram lines. On the inside is Dominic Vera, 12 laps, breaking formation now. This time we do get the green flag down to turn number 1. On the inside, Bernardo Goubert looks like he will be able to take 3rd away from Marina Brandau and get through. Zane Burgess slotted into 5th right there, and they're all on the low side. Nolan Goulart trying to make up some spots on that BJR MDR entry, and they are 2 abreast, about 6th on back, coming out of turn 6 here for the very first time. Micromax headed to turn 7, led by the pole man who has been on top of the charts all weekend in the number 4, Dominic Vera, and Nolan Goulart on the BJR MDR blue and white LN kart right there in second. Right there in second as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and Vera has been the driver to beat all weekend long, and you see other drivers, Goubert in that P3 spot, now trying to make moves. Zane Burgess going side by side with Brandau down the inside. Burgess wasn't close enough to get it done, so he's going to have to stay in that 5th spot. Oh, and Burgess down the inside in turn number 13 there, able to get the spot. So Burgess up in a P4 now and behind his teammate in Goubert in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, down to turn number 1 here, single file for about the first 7. It is a close group. They're back to Kimo Ahmad's red and black Gillard. Nolan Goulart, they're headed to turn number 4. A little bit wide, little sideways there for him as Marina Brandau makes a move, gets back around. It looked like Zane Burgess who had got by her on the opening lap. So Brandau on the Praga, back to 4th. While the top 3 get a little bit of a bigger gap here, but they're not super close up front. That's kind of been the case most of the weekend. How about as well Cristobal Riccio? They're on the energy chassis in the 6th spot, now looking for P5 on Burgess. Turn 10, Burgess trying to crowd him a little low, then open up for the over-under, but he had a bobble with the wheel. They're going to drag race to the S's. He does. Zane Burgess hangs on to 5th here, and now Riccio's under pressure from Kimo, who looks slow and not able to get through. Kimo Ahmad back still in 7th at the end of the line.
Yeah, Ahmad was in there just a little bit. Wasn't able to get clear of Riccio for that 6th spot. So Ahmad going to have to stay in that 7th spot as it stands. Burgess still in the 5th spot and looking a little low there for Burgess as Riccio continuing to close down that gap to Burgess in the 5th spot. And seems like the battle for P2 is really starting to kick up with Goulart and Goubert fighting for the 2nd spot here.
Yeah, here they go through the long right-hand sweeper over into turns 8 and 9. Marina Brandau back on the bumper of Goubert for 3rd. Nolan Goulart losing a little bit of touch to race leader Dominic Vera. So it's about 3 or 4 car lengths from there. Here again, inside trying is the energy machine of Cristobal Riccio, again with a crossover by Zane Burgess. Now Kimo Ahmad trying to go 3 wide for 5th to the inside. Oh, wow. Burgess didn't even realize that he had company on the inside lane, and he ends up tagging the right rear tire and going through the grass there. So Zane Burgess back to 8th. Then Kimo Ahmad moves up into 5th, and 6th overall, ending up net neutral is Cristobal Riccio. Josh Bergman, the big winner in that. He picks up a spot, but now look at this up for 2nd. Goubert to the outside of Goulart. Back in 4th they go. Nolan Goulart, Bernardo Goubert, no change, but Dominic Vera's lead only going to get bigger now as Marina Brandau closes in.
And like we said, Vera been the man to beat all weekend long. There goes Brandau down the inside in a turn number 9. She's able to get clear. She wasn't able to get clear. So now she's going to stay in that 4th spot. It's going to be Goubert still in 3rd and Goulart further back in 2nd. As it moves further back, that's Bergman able to make up a spot on Riccio. So Bergman up in a piece.
Josh Bergman continuing to try and make up more and more positions here as the field works its way through turns 1 and 2. Looking ahead now with Brandau losing some spacing here to Goulart and Goubert. She's got ground to make up, but Nolan Goulart just kind of taking a bit of a narrower line through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, especially 5 and 6 there, holding the spot. Goubert can't get by him. And
yeah, Goubert just not able to get by as it stands here on Goulart. She's going to have to take in 10th in that 3rd spot. Brandau still in 4th. Going to look for a move here shortly on Goubert and Goulart. We're still in that 2nd and 3rd spot here as it stands, Xander.
Now as they head over to the S's here, coming into turns 11, 12, and 13, Goulart back to the narrower line, just that little bit narrow of a fade low compared to the 2 drivers behind him has cost him some time, but it's kept it nice and wide, although now Bernardo Goubert tries the inside in turn 1. Goulart on the high side, still side by side at turns 3 and 4. That'll get tight. Wow! And off goes Bernardo Goubert. Big jump there through the dirt. Here comes Kimo Ahmad. He has to go to the outside, and Josh Bergman says, "Thank you very much, boys. I'll take both of those spots away in turn 5." Josh Bergman driving up the grid. He'll pick up 2 more. Move Bergman now into the 4th spot. 1 spot away from a podium. The Sodi Racing USA boy is not done.
Yeah, definitely not done for Josh Bergman, starting further back in the field, and he's had a good drive up the field so far. Is now going to fall under fire to Kimo Ahmad, who looks down the inside. Is he close enough to get the move done? It's going to be late, but Kimo Ahmad up and able to get ahead of Bergman. So Brandau, no, yeah, it's Bergman, sorry here. So Ahmad back up in a P5. Bergman going to be in 6th, side by side further back. That's Zane, Burgess, and Goubert, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Zane, Burgess, and Goubert continuing to jockey for position further back.
Yeah, all three of those Sodis lined up. Now Marina Brandau tries the inside in turn 1 on Goulart. Not deep enough on the break. She'll back out of it. And Nolan Goulart continues to hold the lead now for Dominic Vera here at the halfway mark. 6 in, 6 to go. Is 2.4 seconds in counting as Goulart down on the inside in turn 5. Goes a little bit wide, then kind of narrow again in 6. Hangs on still nicely to that second spot. One of 2 Mike Doty Racing entries here this weekend. A smaller operation for that BJR MDR combination we're used to seeing, but he's doing a good job because they're about to bat 1 for 2 at least so far in hardware. Down the backstretch though, his narrower line has a lot more to catch up. Here comes Kimo Ahmad in that 4th spot, got around Josh Bergman, and has been around Josh Bergman, sorry. Now he's working on Marina Brandau for 3rd. Through to the S's, 2nd back to 5th, packed nice and tight onto the front stretch with 5 laps to go.
5 laps to go this time by. Bergman now looking for a move on Ahmad. Bergman down the inside into turn number 1, able to get clear of the Sodi Kart driver. Up in a P4 now, Ahmad back to P5. It's still Brandau in the 3rd spot. Hasn't been able to make the move as Goulart continuing to go defensive here. There goes Ahmad right back on Josh Bergman. On the rear bumper of Brandau now, not close enough as of yet. And Ahmad and Bergman continuing to trade positions here, Xander.
Back and forth we go inside the top 5. Great battles here in this Micromax field, and that's allowed more drivers to join back in. Here comes Brandau inside. This time it sticks on Nolan Goulart, and now he'll lose 3rd as well as Bergman gets through. Bergman now trying to throw a block on Nolan. Nolan looking even lower. Does he try it? No, not brave enough. Yes, he is. Bergman blows the corner. Here comes Nolan Goulart. Here comes Kimo Ahmad to 3rd.
Yeah, the Egyptian driver out of nowhere, Kimo Ahmad taking advantage of the fight in between Goubert and Goulart. So now Kimo Ahmad up in a P3 and into the podium places here. That gap to Vera in the lead currently stands at 3 seconds and growing here. Almost 4 seconds that time by as they continue to jockey for position. There's Bergman making up another spot. That was on Riccio, so Bergman up in a P6 now.
Josh Bergman's lead backwards still holding, or Josh Bergman's gap still holding at least decent enough to keep the likes of Zane Burgess at bay. Jaden Francisco, whoa, big contact there is wide for Nolan Goulart. Bernardo Goubert getting by. Now Bergman goes to the inside of Goubert, catches him off guard. He'll pick those spots back up. Goulart to the inside of Goubert, and that got tight there in turn number 9, and now Goubert is on the outside of the energy machine of Cristobal Riccio. Here comes Zane Burgess. No, not close enough for Zane.
Wow, and the youngest drivers that we'll see all weekend really, oh, there goes Goubert. Almost off the racetrack there, dropped the tire, and Riccio able to get ahead of Goubert there. Burgess, welcome back to the party in that P8 spot, now behind his teammate going side by side. Burgess able to be ahead by inches and able to get clear of Goubert. Now gives a signal to his teammate, telling him to push forward here. The youngest drivers that we'll see all weekend, and some of the best racing as well that we'll see all weekend by such young drivers, Andrew.
Yeah, what a good pass there by Zane Burgess. Just crowded Goubert just enough for him to want to breathe the throttle and break his momentum, and that allowed him to get clear onto the front straightaway. Big run here for Cristobal Riccio to Nolan Goulart. Not close enough in turn 6 to make that pass, but as we are now with just 2.5 laps remaining, this fighting here has allowed the top 4 to get away from the main group. And so Bergman is safe about a second up the road. Couple seconds to find Kimo Ahmad, or maybe about a second and a half, and then Marina Brandau. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, separated a bit. This is 5th right here. Goulart back to Riccio, back to Burgess, back to Goubert, and then a few more seconds before you find Jaden Francisco and company. Luca Mendozi has gotten around Jaden and pulled away from him a couple of tenths. So Luca Mendoci's Bureau Art in 9th. Has gotten a little bit of a gap as well as we cross the line. 2 to go here in Micromax for the RMC Winter Trophy's opening round.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. Still Vera in the lead with a commanding lead. 3 seconds and a half back to Brandau. It's Ahmad in 3rd, Bergman in 4th here. And it's your battle on the screen is with Goulart, Riccio, Burgess, and Goubert. We saw Burgess trying to make a move the lap prior. Wasn't close enough. Still not close enough as it stands, and now falling into the clutches of his teammate in Uber. Riccio there looking for a move on Golart. Wasn't close enough in a turn number 9. We've seen a handful of moves in a turn number 9. Just wasn't meant to be that time by for Riccio. Let's see what he can do down the scrapyard. Straightaway, still not close enough for Riccio to attempt any sort of move here in the closing stages of his race.
Ahead of them, nothing else has changed. Marina Brandau did set the fast time of the race last time by. Too little, too late for the Brandau Motorsport driver as Zane Burgess. An aggressive move on Cristobal Riccio will stick for Zane. He moves his 6th now, picks up one more spot, and is going to defend a little bit low into turn 1 here coming into the final lap. So 6th, 7th, and 8th now coming together as Nolan Goulart gets a bit of breathing room headed in the run down to turn 5. Burgess feels the heat, goes low to defend from Riccio. A little bit wide out of turn 5 for Goulart. And look at Bernardo up and over the curbing for Bernardo Goubert. Not going to get alongside completely on Cristobal Riccio. He'll stay back in that 8th position for Bernardo. And up the road from them as they battle out of turn number 9. We'll slowly work our way to the leaders because this fight for 5th, 6th, and 7th is entertaining. Now, actually, let's stay on it. Look at this. Down to turn 10. Burgess way low in the dirty part of the racetrack. Crossover coming from Riccio. And Josh Bergman is off on the side. Josh Bergman with a problem. He was in a podium position in 4th or close to it as across the line, Dominic Vera wins in Micromax over Marina Brandau. No, that wasn't Bergman. That was Axel Garcia, I think, or one of the other Sodis. Bergman's okay. It looked like it was a blue helmet with a Sodi for a second, but it's Brandau, Ahmad, and then Josh Bergman, then Nolan Goulart. Burgess hangs on, and in fact, Bernardo Goubert got around Cristobal Riccio at the end. Dominic Vera, a perfect weekend. Every single lap of every official session was led by the Energy Corsa Racing America's driver who got a trip paid for on a scholarship from the Grid 14 Motorsport RTX karting driver development program last year, ran in the top 5. He returns 1 year later on his own, and he wins in Micromax at weekend number 1. Brandau 2nd, Ahmad Bergman Goulart, Burgess in 6th, Bernardo Goubert 7th, Cristobal Riccio, Luca Minosi, and Sebastian Wasmosi rounds off the top 10 over Alonso Gonzalez, Lacroix, Francisco, Hudson Howard 14th, Charles Teo 15th. Then to the final few, it might have been Maddox Pelletier that had the issue on the final lap and didn't cross the line by the looks of things. That might be the driver on our screen. Axel Garcia picked up 2 spots, drove up to 17th behind Sebastian Baroa, and then Grayson Knifick ends up in 18th. So Micromax wrapped and done. Minimax next up.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Here we go for Minimax. Let's take a look at the starting lineup here with Julian Rivera trying to back-to-back it for the Energy Corsa Racing America's boys. Dominic Vera setting the bar high, and Julian Rivera, the winner from Micromax in 2023, trying to roll that momentum into Minimax. Starts alongside Jeremy St. Cyr's PSL Beer Lard. Then it's Alexis Arjan and Royce Vega on row number 2. On row number 2. Lorenzo Varela and Martin Luis Bertolacini on row 3. Enzo De Janeiro and Iago Lempin on row 4. Leo De Silva and Alex Chandler on row number 5. Maximo Karam and Gabriel Cairez on row 6. Nicholas LaRusso and Oliver Chasse on row 7. Chambers, Granados, Orbezo, LaRusso, Bonnet, and Maddox Ruiz, your top 10 rows. And then to the final few starters in the 28 or 27 driver field, 27 in total. Keep your eye on Albert Friend in that Premier Karting Tony Kart starting 27th. Shotgun on the field for Albie. He qualified on the pole. He won every session we had yesterday. Unfortunately got taken out of the pre-final and was unable to continue. So hopefully Albie can work his way up the grid here in the shortened, just I believe 12-lap main event for Minimax. 12 laps for Minis and Micros, 14 for Junior Max, 16 for all adult classes here with Masters Max, DD2, and Senior Max. This is main event number 3 of 6 here for the RMC Winter Trophy, and it's Rivera on the inside leading us down to turn 1 alongside Jeremy St. Cyr. Alexis Arjan moving into second quickly there from third. A great start for Alexis. Now he'll go to the lead. Alexis Arjan into the lead. Oh, Rivera up and over the curb and door banging out of turn number 5. He'll not be able to get the spot away though, and Jeremy St. Cyr gets roughed up a bit that time by Lorenzo Varela on that blue and yellow Parolin. So move St. Cyr back to the 5th spot, and it's a similar frustrating start for Jeremy as it was yesterday as he rides in right behind Royce Vega on the Team Benick machine.
Yeah, but what a start by Arjan, able to get to the lead of this field. Rivera in second, further back. That's one of the Alonso karts able to get ahead of another driver there, Xander.
Yeah, that looks to be Enzo De Janeiro on the Fox & Son karting operation, I believe. Enzo moving up another spot. He got around the 116 of Leo De Silva on that LN kart. Now De Silva trying to go back in on him and looking like he will get it done on that REM Cosmic by mistake. So Leo De Silva's Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic back up around the likes of Enzo De Janeiro for 6th, and there's a good battle. Wow, what a send for 4th. Jeremy St. Cyr and Royce Vega. Back and forth they go. Finally, St. Cyr gets the job done in turn 6.
Yeah, and they continue to go at it for 2 corners there, and St. Cyr able to get the better of Royce Vega here. As it stands, the leaders stay the same for now. St. Cyr now, he'll put his head down and try to catch up and close down the gap to the top 3 here. Arjan leads from Rivera as it stands. It's going to be...
Well, look at this here. Lorenzo Varela to the inside of Julian Rivera. He'll take over second. Lorenzo was very aggressive when he got by Jeremy St. Cyr for 3rd. Could be a little more controlled there for the 2nd place pass. Now he sets his sights on Alexis Arjan as we put 2 laps in the books here. And we'll go 10 laps to go. Back comes Rivera to the inside. And this is where they got into problems yesterday and allowed Albie Friend to drive away as the likes of Julian Rivera and I believe Lorenzo Varela was in the mix as well. Battling back and forth they were early on.
Yeah, and we saw this in the last race just now. Vera able to extend his gap and ultimately come away with the win here as it stands.
So as the field heads through turn number 7, 8, and 9 here in Minimax. Alexis Arjan's lead decent there. Jeremy St. Cyr and Royce Vega, they put their differences aside for now as they rocket down the back straightaway. Let's see if they can run down 2nd and 3rd and maybe get around him. Julian got a really good second half of this lap together, even after battling back and forth with Lorenzo. He's closed in on Alexis Arjan. So what they lost in the exchange, looks like they've already made back up. Here's the rest of the field coming through into the infield section there. There is, I believe, Alex Chandler. That was around 11th or 12th with Maximo Karam, Santiago Perez, Granados, and more just outside the main pack right now as Arjan takes us over to turn number 5.
Yeah, and St. Cyr now starting to close down the gap to the driver who sits in P3. That's Varela. So St. Cyr now closing down the gap to the drivers who currently sit in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the podium spot. So St. Cyr putting his head down and now continuing to close down the gap for the 3rd spot. Varela holds on to it now, but St. Cyr is coming for sure, Xander.
Yeah, Jeremy St. Cyr on the way who was so fast throughout all of this weekend. Didn't have the results to show for it. Now he's going to look to the inside of Lourenco Varela. Turn 10 clear. Jeremy up to third. Lourenco Varela back to fourth. Next up will be Julian Rivera, but Rivera is also reeling in Alexis Bayarjan. All of this battling here is going to allow Albert Friend to be able to get a little bit closer towards the leaders. Albie is up to 13th as of the last time by the stripe, so a great run forward in the first quarter of this race by the Englishman. Now with 4 laps complete, where is Albert Friend at? He's 11th from dead last, 27th. Could Albert Friend get to the leaders? He's 5 seconds away. He needs a lot of passing to bring them backwards, but I think we're going to get it pretty soon because Julian Rivera and Lourenco Varela have been racing, and now a big bobble out of Rivera and out of Alexis Bayarjan as they both dropped a tire. Jeremy St. Cyr trying to go through, couldn't do it. Rivera holds on, and now Varela gets through for second.
Yeah, and that bobble there by Bayarjan, he lost a handful of time, and there goes St. Cyr down the inside on Varela. Can he get clear? He is. St. Cyr up to P3 now and has a sight set on Rivera in that P2 spot. It's important for Bayarjan now to keep his head down and continue to work forward after having that bobble last time around.
So Jeremy St. Cyr, P3 on the 125, trying to run back up to his teammate Alexis Bayarjan. Hadn't made a mistake till that point, but Julian Rivera kind of followed him off the cliff, driving the right side tires into the dirt at the exit of turn number 6. And don't look now, but there's more company on the way. We've got we've got the Benek of Royce Vega and the REM Cosmic of Leo Da Silva closing in. Then it's a pair of RPG machines, Bertolacini and Iago Lempin. Then Enzo De Janeiro, who is being hunted down by Albert Friend. Friend now into the top 10 and continuing to close. Here's St. Cyr on the bumper of Rivera. If he waits a moment, Rivera should be able to get to Bayarjan, and then it can really start to get going. But Jeremy has been was a little more patient yesterday. Today he's trying to pass right through and go by, although a little bobble out of turn 10 is going to hurt him. And Bayarjan's lead continues into the S's.
Yeah, now Rivera giving the signal to St. Cyr. Oh, there goes Rivera down the inside on Bayarjan and gets the move done for that P1 spot. Now the teammates were side by side there for just a second. There goes Bayarjan again down the inside, and a turn number 1 we go. Bayarjan gets clear. Can St. Cyr get clear too? Still side by side in between the two of them.
He had to back out of it there. Quick, smart bailout by Jeremy St. Cyr in turns 3 and 4. Julian deep on the brakes, door to door with Bayarjan. Now back into 6. Bayarjan's going to hold. Rivera crosses him over. That'll leave him vulnerable to the inside lane in turn 7 if he can't get down quick enough. Here comes Jeremy St. Cyr. He'll move up into second. And now Rivera back to third. St. Cyr almost to the inside of Alexis Bayarjan in turn 9. Did not pull the trigger, and he stayed right there in second. Royce Vega still lurking on there. Same with the REM Cosmic of Leo Da Silva. Albert Friend's now picked up another spot. He's gone by Iago Lempin. Friend is now to 8th. Next up, and he was almost, I think, by as Rivera goes by Jeremy St. Cyr. Albert Friend, I think, might have even gotten around Leo or Bertolacini last time. He has. So the bright green Tony car, top of your screens, almost caught the leaders from 27th on the grid here, and he still has 5 laps to get there. So with the battling not slowing down anytime soon, Albert Friend could do the unthinkable and go from last to first here in this Mini-Max main event.
Yeah, a great drive up the field so far by Friend, and like you said, it's possible. It's going to be hard, but it's definitely possible for Friend to work his way up to the front pack here. Still Bayarjan leading from Rivera, who looked for a move down the inside. He is going to go. Still side by side on the exit of 9. Bayarjan loses out, and Rivera back to the point of the field. He was side by side in between the 2 PSL drivers. It's St. Cyr looking down the inside on his teammate. Can Varela get through as well? He does. So Bayarjan falls back to P4. Royce Vega, welcome to the party, as well for Da Silva, and Friend getting closer and closer. And there goes Bayarjan down the inside on Varela as well. Side by side, still in between the two of them. Can they keep it clean? A little bit of contact there down the main straightaway. And Bayarjan not happy with that at all.
No, his hand went in the air. He was a little frustrated with Lourenco Varela, but that's cost him a little time. Jeremy St. Cyr next up. Here he comes inside. New leader again. Jeremy St. Cyr on Julian Rivera, but he overdoes it. Rivera back to the lead. St. Cyr trying again in turn 6. Wow. This time he gets it done, and Jeremy St. Cyr now leads the way in Mini-Max. What a battle, and it's Rivera on the bumper. Bayarjan there. Royce Vega also got around Lourenco Varela early in this lap, and now Julian back to the inside. Bayarjan follows. Here comes the rest of the pack coming in, and it's St. Cyr under pressure because Royce Vega on the Benek going through to third, then Varela, then as well Leo Da Silva, and now it is 7 because that green and white Tony Kart at the end is Albie Friend, who has picked up 20 spots already, and he wants 7 more.
7 more for sure, from last to a potential race win contention here for Friend. Bayarjan leads from Rivera, Vega in that 3rd spot. Varela still in 4th, Da Silva in 5th, St. Cyr in 6th, but now going to fall into the clutches of Mr. Friend in that 7th spot. Varela looks for a move, and there goes St. Cyr down the inside. Friend goes through as well. What a move by Albert Friend. Up in a P6 for him now, and the biggest loser there was Da Silva, who falls all the way back to P7 here, Xander.
That was nasty from Albert Friend. What a clean, crispy move there to get through to 6th. And now he's right there on the bumper of Jeremy St. Cyr, who has the pace to lead this race that we've seen. Royce Vega and Lorenzo Varela, I'm not as sure. They've lost a little time to Julian Rivera and Alexis Bayarjan, but we know that Julian has been very racy as Jeremy St. Cyr goes wide on a turn 10. It looks like it didn't hurt him too much. I thought he was breaking momentum. Here's Rivera.
Wow.
Deep move on Bayarjan. He's through. Julian to the point. 2 laps to go. Albert Friend's up to 6th. Can St. Cyr get back up there? Rivera parking the bus on the inside. Bayarjan. Now he can't go wide here in turn 5 because Royce Vega will stuff it down the inside. If he goes too high, now he goes low. What a fake out! Alexis Bayarjan to the lead. Here comes the rest of the pack into it. Rivera back through as Bayarjan left the door open. He crosses him over. Albert Friend gets around Jeremy St. Cyr. He's to 5th already. And now Royce Vega, the next one is. It's Rivera holding the lead. Bayarjan back to 2nd. Varela wants 2nd. They're 3 wide. Man, did it just get tight there. Julian now with the lead. Look at everyone blocking low. Royce Vega all the way to the inside. Way low. And he's going to really mess it up as he gets together.
Wow.
Pops the curb and Varela gets cleaned out. Royce Vega, Lorenzo Varela are out. Now it's Rivera versus Alexis Bayarjan. Here comes Albert Friend. He's up to 3rd. Final lap coming to us. White flag. 1 to go. 2 drivers head to head. 2 drivers head to head. Here is the field, heads down out of turn number 2 and 3. Over to 4. Julian Rivera to the inside. Alexis Bayarjan to the outside as they come out of turn number 6 now. Julian Rivera still trying to hold the lead. Alexis Bayarjan's close here as the field goes through the sweeper in 7. Albert Friend has to be careful here because he's got company and pressure from Jeremy St. Cyr, and Bayarjan wheel to wheel with Rivera out of turn number 9. Side by side for the lead on the final lap. Albert Friend all the way to the outside. St. Cyr not close enough. Here comes Friend. He'll stuff it to the inside for 2nd. And now the run to the final corner. Albert Friend has gone from last to 2nd. Can he send it on Alexis Bayarjan? He's not close enough. It'll be Alexis Bayarjan hanging on by a thread to hold off the man who went from last to 1st. Bayarjan wins in Orlando. Albert Friend from 27th to 2nd in Minimax. Julian Rivera 3rd. Then it is Jeremy St. Cyr in 4th. Leo Da Silva in 5th. And then it is Enzo De Janeiro, Luis Bertolacini ends up in 7th. Santiago Perez Granados in 8th. Nico Orbezo 9th. And Iago Lempin. Your top 10. Got to catch your breath after that one.
Yeah.
What a drive by the premier karting Tony Kart of Albert Friend. Of course, Alexis Bayarjan, perfectly placed move there on the final lap to get around Julian Rivera. Hard not to root for the 117, though. What an impressive comeback.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Xander, our Kart Chaser Kids social team is going to have an absolute field day because these Minimax drivers delivered here. The stars of the future, Bayarjan, Friend, Rivera, St. Cyr, and company, they absolutely delivered for the race win here. But in the end, it was the PSO karting driver for the Red Army, Alexis Bayarjan, your big winner here in round 1 of the Rotax Winner Trophy.
And with a consistent run in that pre-final, Alexis Bayarjan will have a healthy championship points lead going into rounds 2 and 3 next weekend to contend for that Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals ticket. Albie Friend, 2nd, a great recovery here at round number 1. We'll score a lot of points there with that one. Then you go back to the field. The entire Minimax field finished. No DNFs. That means we're going straight through to the next one there, all the way back to Samuel Werrier in 27th. Oliver Chasse, who was up front earlier in the day, he ends up in 19th. Royce Vega on that final lap, colliding with Lorenzo Varela with 2 laps to go, I should say, got back going. They end 20th and 21st. A good run for both of them. I don't know if either of them really had the pace to win. They had the pace to fight when the fight would open up and come to them, but definitely should have been at least a top 10, unfortunately, for Varela and Vega. They end up outside of the top 20. They're in 20th and 21st. So Mini Max gets all wrapped up now. We are ready to roll with the next group. Group 4, Masters Max, is coming your way next here from Orlando. My mistake on the lineup here. Looks like they've made an adjustment to make things a little bit easier for the likes of the driver on the outside of the front row. In DD2 and DD2 Max Masters, it's Leonardo Race on the pole. Harley Keeble doing the double between DD2 and Senior Max. Moves the DD2 boys up to group number 4. So he'll start on the outside of row 1. Gianluca Savalio and Oliver Berdard on row 2. Matt Taskinen, the top qualifier, rolls off all the way back in 5th alongside Nicolas Guillaume. Then it's Pablo Benitez in the Scuderia Bruel entry alongside Ludovic Saborans, Prime Power Team Beer-Lard. He had a good battle with Alexis Valencourt in that PSL Beer-Lard back in 8th and 9th in the pre-final. Then it's Preston LeBreton, Theo Silvera, Michael Wiggins, Michael McLean, and Bruno Bouchard. Your starting lineup for the 14 drivers here in DD2.
As we get set to go green, Rice was in a league of his own in the pre-final. We saw Harley Keeble be super quick as well, just wasn't able to get to the front of the field because Rice was absolutely flying. Savalio was quick as well. Taskinen, he was your pole sitter for the pre-final, but fell all the way back in the pre-final, all the way back to 5th. So now it's going to be Harley Keeble, who was able to take the win yesterday in the main event. Doesn't count anymore, but Harley Keeble was able to be your big winner here in this DD2 class as we get set to go green in this race start.
Here we come onto the front straightaway to get set to get underway for DD2. Nice and slow start by Leonardo Reese there on the Beryl Art there. He'll be on your left-hand side of the screen. Harley Keeble on the black, white, and orange Sodi. Keeble got the win yesterday, 16 laps. Let's go. No, didn't look like we got the green there on the first time by. They'll send him around again.
Yeah, one more time around for these DD2 drivers, and it looks like they're actually racing right now. I'm not, no, they slowed back down. It looked like they were racing in a turn number 5. My mistake here. But still, we're going to get set to go green here. Again, you see some drivers, that's contact further back for one of the Sodi drivers. But as we get set to go green here again, going to have to reset for these drivers as the adrenaline starts to kick up. Oh, that's issues for one of the REM drivers. That's the 407. The 407 with issues here early on. Oh, that's Zavalio and another driver coming out of the pits. No idea what's going on here. Absolute chaos so far. I am not sure what's going on here at the moment. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I think 3 drivers weren't able to get off to the start, so they held it off here. That's Savalio, if I'm not mistaken, there with 2 of the other LGK drivers. Don't have those names as of yet, but 2 other of the LGK drivers not able to get to the start, and you see the confusion in the drivers' faces. Not sure what's going on, but when you have answers, we will definitely bring them to you guys.
So some confusion going on here with the DD2 drivers. I don't know if a few were late leaving the grid or what. Gianluca Savalio was one of them. We were going over the starting lineup, so that was the delay on this. And then, of course, a few more. So a slow exit, and they are being told to go to the scale line. So 3 drivers that were late off the grid, including one of our top 5 contenders, last year's champion, Gianluca Savalio, did not make it off the grid at the scheduled time, and it looks like he is being told to exit the racetrack and go to the scales. Oh no, Savalio's being sent around, so he should be okay. The other 2, oh no, that is, I think he's trying to argue his case. The other 2 drivers did pull into the pit lane, but Savalio is one of 3 that I don't believe are being permitted to start in this main event. So we've got some confusion down on the racetrack here, because the engines were getting set to go green. There is race director Manuel Blanco And this one, apologies to our viewers here for leaving you guys in the dark. We're obviously in the booth here a little bit in the dark as well, as we were just focused on bringing you the lineup, not paying attention to the fact that the grid may have closed or a couple drivers were off the grid. But I believe, yeah, Manuel Blanco is making a beeline back to Gianluca Savalio. And the rest of the DD2 field, the DD2 Masters, have gotten out of their cars. They're just waiting. There's Manuel Blanco, the race director, probably going to inform Gianluca the bad news that he is told that he will not be able to start this main event. Oh no, the other ones have been released. That was one more of the Scuderia Buell entries. That would have more than likely been the 410 machine of Pablo Benitez, who was slated to start right behind Matthew Taskinen in 7th. Savalio was supposed to start in 3rd, and I believe that you can see the officials on the radios going back and forth with race control up in the tower. What to do with this situation here is we are a bit confused, and I don't know if they're trying to sort out the rules or sort out the starting lineup. Savalio was slated to start 3rd. Benitez slated to start in 7th. The other driver that's pulled up is the 409 of Michael Wiggins. He's had a weekend to forget. Just really had to miss out on a ton of sessions. And you can see Gianluca Savalio just judging off the body language, trying to plead his case with Manuel Blanco, saying, hey, man, I did everything I can. And there is definitely some frustration. We'll wait until we get official word here from race control for ourselves, or at least wait to see how this situation plays out. But obviously pleading their case here before this main event gets underway. Savalio, as well as Benitez and Michael Wiggins, they originally went over to the scale line, it looked like, pulled back in behind the wall, then came back out onto the racetrack to continue to try to plead their case. The rest of the drivers, they're obviously in a holding pattern. The likes of Leonardo Race and Harley Keeble on the front row, they have no idea what's going on behind them. And again, part of that might have been the movement of the DD2 Max and Masters class forward in the lineup. As originally, with the scheduled timetable posted today, we were going to do DD2 in the 5th slot. Masters Max was going to go in the 4th slot. And I'd imagine that as the day went on, then we had, confusion going of, okay, Harley Keeble, he's going to have about 3 minutes once he gets through the scale line in DD2 to run over and hop in the Senior Max car. So they moved and switched Masters Max and DD2 Max and DD2 Masters to move them into that. And that might have been what caught drivers off guard. Caught us off guard as well. We were anticipating the schedule to roll us forward, and we're excited to watch Harley Keeble try to go back-to-back. But now, again, this is where we'll go silent on the airwaves till we get more information and stop our speculating to wait and see what the official move will be. Well, there you just saw the three drivers there at the back, Gianluca Savalio, Pablo Benitez, and Michael Wiggins. They were pleading their case, and then the RTX Grid 14 USA Promotions owner, Esteban Del Rio, came out to explain to them the situation after Manuel Blanco had already explained it, and yep, into the scale line for three drivers here in DD2 Max and DD2 Masters. Three of our DD2 Max drivers, Michael Wiggins, who was slated to start 12th, Pablo Benitez, who was supposed to start 7th, and Gianluca Savalio, who was supposed to start. Well, one did not go to the scale line and is, oh no, yeah, still going around, just didn't take the cut through there. And into the pit lane there for the 409 of Michael Wiggins. So that clears that up, and now I believe we'll put the drivers back onto the into their carts, geared up, and we'll get set to go green here. Unfortunately, a few drivers less than in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Masters Max will be next up, and then it will go into Senior Max with the remaining races we have on the schedule. So in looking back at the schedule and to add a little more clarity, the DD2 Max, the DD2 Masters, while they were set to go after the Masters Max and then got moved forward, we had been running a little bit behind schedule with the extended laps from the original timetable they put out this morning. So I think, reading from the outside, and the last bit of speculating I'll do on the decision made there, it is 3:35 right now. These guys were set to leave the grid at 3:28. They have to enter the pre-grid. The pre-grid closes right at that time as well. So if they went out, and I lost track of time, I didn't look exactly at the moment that they were released on the grid, that could be the only clutch and saving graces. While yes, you would think naturally in the run of order of things that the Masters Max drivers would be the next ones up because that's what the original timetable said. You can go back off of the timetable time that you set the DD2 Max and Masters drivers at 3:28, and if they weren't on grid at 3:28, regardless of where you were in the race day, that could be the saving grace argument. But either case, I'm going to leave it at that. We'll let the officials go with the decision they've made. It's already been done and set. We won't have Pablo Benitez. Won't have Gianluca Savalio. We will not have Michael Wiggins. That updates our leaderboard a little bit. So it's going to move, of course, Matthew Taskinen will now inherit the third spot as the lanes move up, not necessarily position. Oliver Berdard will join him on that second row. Without then Benitez, Alexis Valancourt will now move up 2 spots in total. He'll move up to the inside of the third row to start 5th. He was slated to start in 9th. And then Michael Wiggins, that doesn't really change anything as the 2 DD2 Masters drivers, Michael McLean, Bruno Bouchard, they give them their own row at the back of the grid. They're going to kind of cruise there on the final row anyway, so it's not like Bouchard would move up. But it does significantly change things for Alexis Valancourt and Theo Silveira. They'll move from rows 5 and 6 up to rows 3 and 4, which, talk about a big gain for the 2 of them. Disappointment, obviously, for Preston LeBreton and the rest. But we're ready. 3 main events remain to go. DD2 Max, DD2 Masters, and on grid, or on track. Masters Max now on grid, and Senior Max will follow. So Leonardo Race on the PSL Karting Beer Art Machine on the inside, Harley Keeble on the outside on the Sodi Racing USA by PK Sports 415. Race had everybody covered in that pre-final pace-wise. Can they shuffle him back here in the main event will be the big question. They were on a much different racetrack that had just recently dried out. Now it is fully dry, and we're fully underway. Down at turn number 1, side by side, quickly to single file. Keeble was able to get down to the inside lane, and we're away and racing down to turn number 5. Keeble a little bit sideways there through 3 and 4. He'll hold on to second, though, as they drive it in deep to that hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, and the field stays mostly stagnant here. Keeble still in second. Taskinen still holds strong in that 4th spot, but now Keeble on the rear bumper of Race. Can Keeble look for a move here in at turn number 7? Still not close enough for Harley Keeble. Turn number 9, another passing spot that we've seen. But in these opening stages of the race, it's still going to be Harley Keeble behind Race here as it stands, Xander.
Yeah, down the backstretch here, Keeble with a big run. He's going to pressure him, force Reese to go to the inside dirty part of the racetrack, and that's a good way to kind of keep him within reach here, because if he gets clean track and clean air as fast as he's been all weekend, he will be hard to touch. So out of the final turn we go. Leonardo Reese, Harley Keeble and company, 1 lap down, 15 laps to go, and it's about to be a slugfest here for the lead as Keeble, Bedard, Taskinen, all right there coming out of turns 2 and 3, through the kink at 4, down to the hairpin. Leonardo Reese, such a great exit and good roll speed in the first corner of the racetrack there. He just pulls 2 or 3 car lengths by the time they get down to the hairpin at turn 5. And while granted right now he's on the dirty inside of the track defending his position, oh, look at this, Keeble. Wow, almost got a nose inside. Reese quickly realized that and slammed the door shut there to hold him back. And as they exit turn 9, Leonardo Reese playing a bit of mirror driving right now to try and manage the gap for the lead till he can get away.
Yeah, we haven't seen many passes in turn 7, but if anyone can do it, it's definitely Harley Keeble there. It was just a little bit too late there for Keeble, so wasn't able to get ahead. Now going to have to just put his head down and try and catch right back up to the PSL machine of Race, who was really good in the pre-final. But Keeble yesterday was able to take a win. Didn't count, obviously, but here we go as Keeble is still in that second spot.
Well, the thing you remember again about yesterday, both Harley Keeble and Gianluca Savalio, in the original plan for the weekend, you had 2 sets of tires. One you bolted on for qualifying. The second one you could use to your discretion. They decided to take the strategy called to put new tires on for the Saturday final and then save them again for the Sunday final, whereas the rest of the field was on 3-session-old tires, including Leonardo Reis. So in speaking with Harley this morning, he's like, man, we had the strategy picked perfectly because I think Leonardo might just have a bit of pace on me as wow. There was a little bit of a wideness there at the top of the screen, and it looks like we're going to have a switch in positions. That's Guillaume, it looks like, in the 401, or the Lexus Valenkart, sorry, losing a spot to Ludovic Saborin, and they have been back and forth all day, and as well, it was Matt Taskinen. It looks like that was the driver that was way off. No, not Taskinen, sorry, that's a different one that we have. Taskinen still fourth there. It was Valancourt that went wide, and Ludovic Saborin was able to get through, but already Leonardo Reis starting to build that gap here as we complete lap number 3.
Yeah, so like I said, a gamble and strategy there for Keeble yesterday and today. Again, let's see if Keeble can close down that gap to Reis, who continues to open up now at almost 5-6 kart lengths as it stands in between Reis and Keeble for the top spot in the podium. Taskinen seems like a little bit off the pace here in the early stages of this race, losing touch little by little with Bedard, and soon going to fall into the clutches of Guillaume in that 5th spot.
Yeah, let's see what we've got here. Matt Taskinen with Nicolas Guillaume kind of lurking on for positions 4 and 5. Matt Taskinen was fastest on Friday afternoon and just hasn't been able to kind of reignite that spark that he had early in the weekend. Matt Taskinen was, in the mix through the sessions yesterday and somewhat in it, and he led some laps here in the pre-final today, but the CRG driver just a little bit off, and it has been a myriad of things. These are, of course, the most complex karts that you can race in the Rotax Max Challenge. So when a driver might be off, it's usually not the driver forgot how to drive for a session, and it's hard to say that you'd miss the setup that hard. Could have been some mechanical gremlins that were holding back the driver who has spent many trips to the Rotax Grand Finals annually. As they head down to turn number 10, Leonardo Reis, Harley Keeble. Last time by, Reis by about 1.5, nearly 2/10 better than the Englishman. So Harley needs to get on his horse here. Hopefully that kart can come alive in the second half of this main event. But as they run, he's still just a little bit further back. This lap looks better though. Lap 5 completed. Who gets the edge in terms of lap times? Give the nod still to Reis. Another 10th added on just barely. A 53.29 for Leo Reis. A 53.37 for Harley Keeble. Big time slowdown for the rest of the field though. Oliver Bedard was 4/10 off the top 2. Matt Taskinen, a 53.9, matching the pace of Nicolas Guillaume. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th were a heck of a lot closer in their pre-final than where they are right now. They are losing time massively to the top 2 drivers here, and Harley Keeble was obviously a bit bummed. He had such a great debut yesterday, playing the strategy card right for his first ever DD2 Max event. To win it, it's a lot tougher here today on perfectly equal footing, and it's going to be a raw-paced chess match here between himself and Leonardo Reis as we check back in with Guillaume versus Taskinen. This is 4th and 5th. Here's your leaders down at turns 1 and 2. Keeble that time, maybe a little better. Looked like he might have closed in a bit. He did. 1/10 better. So Harley Keeble, slow start. Finally starting to get some speed, and he takes a 1/10 out of the gap to Leonardo Reis here, Caleb.
Yeah, just a little over 9 laps left in this race here. So it's going to be interesting to see if Keeble can continue to close down that gap to Reis. It's all going to come down to the wire here. You see Keeble getting a much better run out of turn number 7, closing down that gap. And yesterday we saw a difference of lines in between Keeble and Savalio, and we're seeing it here again. Keeble just choosing a little bit of a different line compared to Reis's. Now they go side by side, Keeble and Reis. Keeble looked like he had a much better exit out of turn number 10, and now all over the rear bumper of Reis here going into turn number 13.
Yeah, very close for Harley. He's got a big run at him here if he wants to try and send it on him in turn number 1. Keeble's close. Here he comes, looking low. Reis is going to crowd him all the way up and over the curbing. Harley really got tripped up there as he had to slam on the brakes, and Leonardo Reis, Harley Keeble, they've already had one run-in this weekend in one of the heat races yesterday that got scrubbed, crashed over right there in turn 5, and all that hard work of Harley tracking him back down after losing some time goes to the wayside. Oliver Bedard is back into frame. Harley Keeble has to go back to work again. The good news, a 16-lap main, the longest session we've seen so far today, still gives him plenty of time to get up to him.
Yeah, a handful of work again for Harley Keeble. Going to have to claw back, regain his his mentality here to pretty much reset after that incident and try and catch right back up to the PSL driver of Leonardo Reis. Bedard still sits in 3rd. Taskinen not able to make moves, still in 4th. It's going to be Guillaume in the 5th spot. Saborin in 6th. Still Villancourt in 7th. Silvera in 8th, McLean in 9th, and Bouchard rounds out your top 10 here.
Through turns 3 and 4. That lap having to clean the tires back off for both of them will kind of even it out, but Harley Keeble doing exactly what he did earlier in the day, where he was so wide with the arcs he was able to take in turns 5 and 6. Those were his strong points. Wasn't as good in some of the more point-and-shoot sections of the racetrack like turns 1 and 2 where you keep the line a little tighter, but if you could arc and carry roll speed, he was better at it than it looked like the rest of the top 5. He's already tracked Reese down back again to 2 car lengths, so Harley Keeble not going away just yet. And while it looked like it might have been a Leonardo Reese clinic here in this main, we are past the halfway mark now, coming to 7 laps to go. Harley Keeble has mounted another charge, and he'll be there here in about a lap, Caleb, at the rate he's going, maybe quicker. Look at this, he might have a shot at him in turn 5.
Yeah, definitely turn 5 is going to be the first spot where Keeble is going to really be close enough to try and attempt a move on Leonardo Race. He's close enough this time by, he doesn't, but Race is going to begin to go defensive here into turn number 6. We go side by side, Race on the low side, Keeble on the high side, still not close enough to get the move done. Into turn number 7 we go, Xander.
What a duel here, a dogfight in DD2 with 6.5 laps to go. Keeble putting the pressure on. Leonardo making that kart nice and wide as they get down the back straightaway. Here comes Oliver Bedard on that Premier Karting Tony kart as Keeble sends it down the inside and parks it on the apex. And Bedard out of the nowhere section of the track gets into frame and takes the lead. It's Keeble to second, Reese back to third, and Harley Keeble, all that hard work, he parked it perfectly on the apex, but probably didn't realize how close Oliver Bedard had gotten, and now it is Oliver Bedard that leads the way out of turns 2 and 3.
And unfortunate there for Keeble. He has to do so much work to catch up to Race. Oh, there he goes. Keeble defensive there down the inside. Race looking for an over-under move. Not close enough, still on the outside. Keeble shuts the door. Race goes right back down the inside. Oh. Keeble gets moved to the wayside. And here comes Taskinen out of nowhere on the outside of turn number 7, trying to get the move done on Race. Not close enough. And Keeble right back up to P3, Xander.
And now with 6 laps to go, they have given Oliver Bedard a massive lead. Leonardo Race, if he might have been a bit more patient in turn 6, he might have been able to just wait behind Keeble and then go get back around him, but instead they have given 3 seconds to Oliver Bedard with the 2 of them trading blows. And now out of turns 13 and 14 down the front stretch, we're with just 5 laps left. Keeble's got to run to Race again through turns 1 and 2. Out of 2 over to 3 and 4. Here's where Leonardo was a bit defensive early. Is he going to go defensive again? He is. Keeble now goes wide on him. Big run to turn number 5. Does Keeble try the same move? No, Reese all the way to the low side. Keeble, crossover move, gets the run. Here comes Matt Taskinen, nearly there. Keeble's going to close the door on Taskinen, and now Taskinen gets the boot there a bit by Leonardo Reese as well. So Harley Keeble back to second. Look at the lead, though, for Oliver Bedard. Now, it's not over. If they stay single file with how fast they were early in this race, as Guillaume gets by Taskinen for the 4th spot, they might get back to Oliver Bedard. It was 2 seconds last time, probably around 3 seconds. At 5 laps to go, well, now it'll be 4 laps to go. It's close. It would be borderline, and they would need to be wicked quick. But Oliver Bedard, he wasn't terrible the laps prior. A 53.35 was his best, and then Leonardo Race is going to send it again. Right back on Keeble, just continuing to punish Harley Keeble and put him back behind him. It's obvious right now neither one will follow each other. And now Keeble to the outside again. He gets back clear. Reese is going to drive into the side of him, and he sent him into the wall. Harley Keeble into the outside wall in turn 7. And now Keeble will fall outside the top 5. Leonardo Reese back to second. Matt Taskinen third. Nicholas Guillaume 4th. And Harley Keeble all the way back to the 5th spot here, probably with a bit of damage on the left side, as that axle looks to be a little bit shaky on Harley Keeble's car.
Yeah, definitely not what Harley Keeble would have wanted. And I was saying earlier, Harley was doing all the work to try and catch right back up to Race, would get tripped up, fall all the way back, close down the gap, and again, you saw him beginning to close down the gap to Bedard in the lead of the race, and then unfortunately, that's going to be it for Harley Keeble here in this one, as now it's going to be Race still in second, Taskinen in that 3rd spot, Guillaume, a lifeline for him up in a P4, And joining the party, it seems like is Keeble still? Yeah, Keeble still is out on track. So P5 for Keeble at the moment. Saborin in 6th, and Villancourt rounding out your top 7 here, Xander.
It's just hard to put yourself in Leonardo Race's shoes here mentally of what was the strategy behind trying to continuously fight there with Keeble once Bedard got by. I totally get wanting to fight with him for the lead there and keep him behind you. You got the lead. He's caught you, run you back down. Okay, yeah, let's fight for it. But, I mean, you look at the gap that they have given Oliver Bedard. This is something we're more accustomed to seeing out of the inexperienced drivers in Junior Max. Or maybe some of the younger classes where they'll be so focused and get laser vision on trying to pass for the lead and then the lead of the group and then the lead of the back group, and the group works its way back down the pack. But to see it out of some of the elder statesmen that run the DD2 Max class is a bit surprising, to say the least. Matt Taskinen, I will say, has been very, very conservative here, and this is exactly how he was last year. Had some mechanical gremlins not gotten in the way. Instead of Gianluca Savalio, we could have been talking about Matt Taskinen returning this year as the reigning champion, because he was very, very fast. And through the battle where Keeble and Reese, you could tell, were getting very worked up with each other, Matt Taskinen took the most easygoing way, avoided all trouble, avoided contact, and to Matt Taskinen's credit, it looks like he may be on his way to a third-place result and get rewarded for that clean maneuvering, and maybe higher if the officials intervene on any of the contact between Leonardo Reis and Matt Taskinen. And again, same credit has to go to our man in the lead. The premier karting Tony Kart of Oliver Bedard, this is not a fluke by any means. He was a factor all the way through this weekend, inside the top 5. And while he may not have been tracking down Leo Reis and Harley Keeble early on when they were running just laps by themselves in clean air and started to slip backwards, he played it perfectly. Saw that they were getting ready to go at it, probably knew and remembered that they had already crashed once this weekend together in a heat race, and right there out of turn 10, over under the both of them. So all the credit in the world here to Bedard as Keeble at the top of the screen gets by on Guillaume for the 4th spot here. It is Oliver Bedard that scores the win for the first round of the Rotax Max Winner Trophy in DD2. Second, unofficially, to Leo Reis. Then it's Matt Taskinen, then Harley Keeble, who is obviously frustrated as he puts his hand in the air across the line. Nicholas Guillaume ends up back in the 5th spot. Ludovic Saborin in 6th. Alexis Valancourt looks like they will end up 6th and 7th. They were close together across the line again, just around each other all weekend. Valancourt and Saborin, then Theo Silveira, and in 8th, Michael McLean will win in DD2 Masters over Bruno Bouchard. And then it'll go to Preston Lumberton. And then the 3 drivers we did not get to see in this one, Gianluca Savalio, Pablo Benitez, and Michael Wiggins. So kudos to Oliver Bedard and Premier Karting. What a turnaround of an afternoon for them. Albie Friend, who was set to dominate and win in Mini-Max potentially if the track record would have stayed the same, ends up getting crashed in the pre-final, drives from 27th to 2nd. And then here in DD2, Oliver Bedard scores a big-time win over a heavy-handed top 5 with Savalio out early, but then he had to still beat Taskinen, outsmart Harley Keeble and Leonardo Reis. Well played by Oliver Bedard in a very aggressive DD2 Max main event. Masters Max will roll through here as they begin to work their way through the scale line, and Keeble doesn't have much time to fret about. He's got to get ready here for Senior Max right after the Masters Max drivers go. So 2 more mains remain here from Orlando. Here we go for Masters Max. So again, a flip of the 2 sessions there. We are behind schedule. If you're just tuning in expecting the Senior Max drivers, you'll have to wait 1 more session Masters Max onto the racetrack here now for their 16-lap final. And then about 20 minutes, I would estimate about 20 minutes behind schedule with all the adjustments. Looking at about probably 4:10 to 4:15 p.m. Eastern time for the senior max green flag. Masters Max here has been led by Rubens Barrichello. He qualified on pole. Had some pressure, to be fair, in that brief final. Mundy Lawyer kept him very honest on the Nash Motorsports machine. He rolls off on the outside of that front row. Behind him then is Laurentiu Mardan and then Danilo Romalo on row number 2. David LaPlante and Romain Monti on row 3. Vince Carey and Matthias Bonvin on row number 4. Jean-Pierre Albrecht and Abel Martinez round off the top 10. Then it's Dominic Legrand and Sylvain Chenard. Nicholas Pico had issues in the pre-final, and it looked like maybe that the transponder was just not working, but maybe it was that the transponder was not on the kart, because he did not get hand scored. The Premier Karting Tony Kart driver didn't get a single passing. He starts tail end Charlie if this grid is correct. Michel Legrand is the driver we know we are missing. He had a scary crash yesterday. Luckily, he did get up and was okay. The kart a bit worse for wear. So Michel, I believe, focusing on his son, Dominic, and his racing here today to run through the order. And then, of course, as well, you had one more at the back there of the grid, and that was Ramses Licharek in the 608, slated to start in 13th. So 14 drivers for Masters Max, 16 laps. Rubens Barrichello on the pole in the PSL Karting Bureau Art. His son, Dudu Barrichello, won his pre-final. So just like father, like son, we've got a Barrichello on the front row in the next two main events. Let's see if Rubens can pull off a win as he leads us down to turn 1. Mundy Lawyer gets quickly down to the inside to second. Laurentiu Mardan into third, and they're 2 by 2 further back as they try to funnel into line out of turn number 4. Caleb?
Yeah, a good start so far by Rubens Barrichello. Another driver down the inside on the other PSL driver in the field, able to get the move done and up a spot for him. As it stands now, Barrichello continuing to open up his gap here. We've seen his race in, race out. Whenever Rubens gets to the front of the field, he opens up that gap and gets away from the rest of the field here early on, and it's in the later stages of the race where the rest of the field closes down.
Yeah, now Mundy Lawyer already 4 to 5 car lengths back. Rubens so good on low air pressure and cold tires here as they go side by side. That is LaPlante, I believe, going by in the middle of the top 5, top 10. He's just right ahead of one of the other PSL Viral Arts. It looks like it's Danilo Romalo right there. He got around in turn 10, so Romalo back to 5th, LaPlante up to 4th. And we'll keep our eyes peeled on the leaderboard on the left-hand side to track the progress of Nicholas Pico as he tries to claw his way up the boards there. Nice pass a little further back. One of the Tony cars moving forward. Might have been
Pico.
that was Pico. Yeah, new suit for the final, looked like. Nicholas Pico picking up a few already. 10th here for Nicholas and 9th after that pass in turn 1.
Yeah, good move so far by Pico. Like you said, working his way up the field after unfortunate pre-final end to him, not having that transponder on. So good to see him making moves here early on in this race. The gap to Rubens Barrichello ahead is at 0.8 of a second for Lawyer. Back in Laurentiu Mardan in that 3rd spot. LaPlante in 4th, and Danilo Romalo sitting in the 5th spot here after getting past the previous lap.
Yeah, right behind him is Romain Monti on that Sodi Racing USA Sodi kart. A little bit back from Romalo at the moment, about 6 or 7 car lengths. And as we watch the lap times come in here at the end of lap 2, 2 down, 14 laps to go. There's another pass. Nico Pico gets through in turns 1 and 2. That's moving into 7th as he drives his way up the leaderboards. He was only beaten lap time-wise by a handful of drivers in the top 5. One of them was David LaPlante. As there's another move by Pico. He gets by Monti. That's 2 drivers in about half a lap. So Nicholas Pico's now up to 6th. Monti back to 7th. Next up will be the top 5 with a little gap to reach them as the PSL Karting Bureau Art of Danilo Romalo is holding that 5th spot with LaPlante there in the blue and green there in 4th for Premier Karting. Then Laurentiu Mardan on the Techno Kart in 3rd. Mundy Lawyer in 2nd. And then Rubens Barrichello on the PSL Bureau Art leading the way. Out of the final turn we go for Masters Max. This will be 3 laps complete now. Barrichello's not getting away much, if at all, here, Caleb. Last time by, he gave up a 10th. This time he gave up 2. 6/10 back for Mundy Lawyer as a pass further back. Big send there into turn number 1 for a couple of OTKs at the end of the top 10.
Yeah, and like you said, Barrichello seems to be losing time here little by little to Mundy Lawyer for the lead of this race here. So going to be important for Barrichello to push early on. But we have seen in other races, he gets out into the lead of the race and then just kind of maintains his equipment. He's going to look over his shoulder and see that Lawyer's closing down that gap. That gap continues to close down. So I think Barrichello going to start to put his foot down on that gas and try and open up that gap little by little to Lawyer again.
As they head to the S's here, Mundy Lawyer has significantly pulled away from Laurentiu Mardan this lap. Mardan lost about 2/10 to him last time by. David LaPlante, still the fastest driver on the racetrack on the Premier Karting Tony Kart. We'll see if that stays the same here this time by with 4 laps complete now. Barrichello, Lawyer was the best that time. LaPlante was still a good bit quicker than Laurentiu Mardan though. So Mundy Lawyer tracking down Rubens Barrichello for the lead here in Masters Max as we approach the halfway mark. 4 down, 12 to go here in the main event. Again, we've just got this race and one more to follow here from Orlando for weekend 1 of 2 in the RMC Winter Trophy with Senior Max on deck, a full 36 driver grid. That should be a barn burner of a main event. Barrichello hard on the brakes there in turn 10. Mundy Lawyer's blue EOS kart just creeping closer and closer and closer every single time around. Bit by bit, though, it was not a lot that he gained last time by, Caleb. Yeah. Only about 600s. But as long as he's going in the right direction, he will get there before the checkered flag hits.
Yeah, and like that time across the line, another 600ths of a second that he gained to Rubens Barrichello. So at half a second, that gap currently sits for Barrichello and Lawyer here as it stands. This weekend, a really big outing by the PSL team, and it seems like those Rotax engines are really working for them because you have guys like Diego Ramos and Barrichello, Rubens' son, showing great pace all weekend long, and you've seen the pace by Rubens Barrichello today as well as that gap continuing to close down here, Xander, for the lead.
And you add in Alexis Bayarjan, Jeremy St. Cyr, and Minimax with Bayarjan getting the win, St. Cyr on the podium. The boys in the Red Army have had a good weekend to this point. And Rubens Barrichello, this is where he won his ticket to go to Bahrain just about a month and a half ago for the Rotax Grand Finals 2023. He's trying to do it again to make one more family karting trip here. He has the 2 races, that's for sure. That's the RMC Winter Trophy. And if he or his boys win those tickets to the Grand Finals, they'll do that as well. Check this out, new driver in third. Potentially, here comes David LaPlante, looking third on Laurentiu Mardan. He gets by David LaPlante on the Premier Karting Tony Kart. Brings the Canadian team into the hardware positions now. Mardan checks over his shoulder, and he's got a little bit of a cushion before the next Premier Karting Tony Kart because on the move is Nicholas Pico. He's gotten around Danilo Romalo here in the same lap, same breath, and Pico is still charging. He is matching the pace of LaPlante. Both of them last time by were quicker than the 2 race leaders. They need them to battle, though, and I don't know if you'll see the kind of gloves off slugfest that we saw in DD2 here in the Masters Max class. These guys up front have been playing pretty nice with each other. Then again, knock on wood, I might just curse it. We could really have some torn up equipment here by the time the final flag flies.
Yeah, we have seen the commentators curse strike many times before. So I wouldn't be surprised, but Barrichello and Lawyer have kept it clean all weekend long, and I expect the exact same as now the battle for the lead seems to be closing down even more. I think Lawyer's on the rear bumper of Rubens Barrichello for the lead of this race. On screen, that's Romalo. Further up is going to be Mardan, and then LaPlante, and here's Mundy Lawyer and Rubens Barrichello. Lawyer, it seems like he got on the rear bumper there of Rubens Barrichello in a turn number 6. Seems like that opened up just a little bit, but definitely Lawyer has joined the party here, Xander.
Yeah, Mundy Lawyer only a kart length away from Rubens Barrichello now. It's been a game of inches to this point. He's almost there, just needs about another 1/10 to 2/10 to be close enough to send it on the inside of Rubino as they go onto the front straightaway here. Still plenty of time left. 8 down, 8 to go, and it's not just Mundy Lawyer on the way. LaPlante is still the fastest man on the circuit, and the only guy close to him, well, is his teammate, Nicholas Pico, who just hit the fast time of the session that time by. He did fall back, though, the lap prior. I don't know what happened to Pico. It looked like he had got around Danilo Romalo, and then Romalo got back around him, and Romalo is chasing down Laurentiu Mardan. So Danilo Romalo, Laurentiu Mardan, Nicholas Pico here, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and they are still all faster or even to the race leader. That time it was a 6/10 gain again for Mundy Lawyer, 54.88 to 54.95, 7/10 actually or 700s off Rubens Barrichello. Just a little bit every single lap for Mundi Lawyer, and he needs a little bit more still because he just can't quite get to the bumper of Rubens to challenge. This might be the first lap he doesn't gain too much to him across the line. Barrichello an 81 to Lawyer a 74. Nope, he still picked up another half-tenth and reset fast time of the session. Mundi is on the way, and we've now got just 7 laps to go.
Yeah, 7 laps to go in this Master Max final here. In really round 1 of the Rotax Winter Trophy here, the earliest chance to get a ticket for the Bahrain World Finals for this year.
Sarno this year.
Sarno, dude, I'm on one now.
It's
but
okay.
Sarno.
It's
Sarno
a long
this year,
weekend
yeah.
for all of us here. If that's our biggest mistake, I think we're doing all right. Yeah, the Sarno for the Rotax Grand Finals. The first tickets available up for grabs here is the RMC Winter Trophy international tickets. So you don't have to be an American-born citizen or race under the American flag to get it. This is there's 2 types of tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals. Some that can be won only by drivers from the host country of an event, some that are international. This event has some international tickets up for grabs. So does the RMC U.S. Trophy Final in Newcastle later this year, hosted by J3 Competition. Out of turn number 5, though, for the first time in a while, it looks like Rubens is starting to pull away. Lawyer definitely got close. Last lap was the first time Rubens had the pace advantage by half a tenth. So Lawyer, is he going to stay at this bubble of a car length to 2 car lengths back from Barrichello? The drivers behind that were making progress, the likes of the Premier Karting boys in Nicolas Pico and David LaPlante, they're starting to fade a little bit speed-wise as well. Last time LaPlante was a little slower than Barrichello. Same for Pico was a little bit quicker, but he faded early. He had a mistake of some kind or something that put him back behind Danilo Romolo, or he would have been closer into frame. And it looks like he's gone back around Romolo now this time. So Nicolas Pico into 5th once again with a lot less time to track down the leaders is Barrichello, Lawyer, and LaPlante. LaPlante that time, big lap, 54.695. I spoke too soon. The Premier Karting boys aren't done. David LaPlante is now within a second of the top 2. He is just praying on Mundi Lawyer to make at least 1 pass attempt at Rubens Barrichello, because the moment they begin to fight for the lead, LaPlante will be there. If they don't, it'll be a much harder mission to get all the way to the front.
Yeah, we saw this in the previous race. The guy in 3rd ended up coming away with the win after Kibo and Reyes threw the gloves off, decided to fight, and the guy in 3rd was able to take advantage. So it's going to be the same thing. LaPlante's in that seat right now in 3rd. So whenever Barrichello and Lawyer begin to fight, LaPlante's going to be there to try and pick up the scraps.
Here they go down the back straight, or down the front straightaway. Another lap in the books. 12 down, 4 to go. LaPlante, again, another good lap time. He picks off a couple hundredths off the leaders. Everyone evening out at a 54.8, though, overall through that top 3. And it looked like further back we did have a pass. Nicolas Pico got by Laurentiu Mardan. So Pico now, I believe, into the 4th position from the back of the grid. And they have tightened up tremendously there for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Pico versus Mardan versus... No, there it is. Back again. Oh, and banging side pods. And Mardan wagging the finger to Nicolas Pico there as they go on the back straightaway. Now Romolo is in the mix. He goes to the outside inside. Pico back alongside Mardan. They are staring each other down as they go to the S's. And Pico just has to drop back into 6th as Mardan is hanging on to 4th.
Yeah, Mardan holding on to 4th by just a little bit as he was going to fall into the clutches of Laurentiu Mardan and Nicolas Pico, who goes down the inside on Mardan. Tried to get a 2-for-1 move, wasn't close enough to get it done. So Pico is going to have to stay content in that 5th spot, able to get ahead of Romolo, and now going to have Mardan in his sights.
Mundi Lawyer looks close again to Rubens Barrichello as, look at this, Pico did send it on Mardan, went back to check on the leaders, and look at that battle for 4th. Pico got back around Larry again. Mardan still close. Does he send it on Pico in turns 8 and 9? He does not, but Pico's going to cover that inside off. So leaders in a 3-cart pack down the back straightaway. There goes Barrichello and Mundi Lawyer. Pico knows the leaders are too far out of reach. He's going to defend low. Mardan locking up, trying to find a way to the inside. Can't. No over-under. In fact, Romolo's going to put some pressure on him going into the S's now. And Nicolas Pico finally seems to have gotten rid of Laurentiu Mardan after tracking him down for a good couple of laps. And oh man, Mundy Lawyer must have had a big bobble at the end of that last lap. We saw him just a couple turns ago behind Rubens Barrichello. He was close, but he gave up 2/10 at the line, and now we are with 2 laps to go, and you're talking about one of the best drivers in the world in his generation, Rubens Barrichello, to make a mistake and give up half a second in a lap and a half. That's a tall order, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely going to have to be a heaven-sent gift here for Lawyer to really try and close down that gap again to Barrichello. Really ask for any sort of mistake to Rubens Barrichello, who has kept it clean, kept it on the black stuff all weekend long, and now it's going to be a tall ask for Mundy Lawyer, but closing down that gap little by little. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough as we come to the white flag this time by.
Final time across the stripe when we get back around for Rubens Barrichello. 1 lap to go. David LaPlante, Mundy Lawyer have been pressuring him all race long, trying to keep it on Rubens Barrichello, but he is putting on a master class of managing the gap, keeping them just out of reach, turning the pace up when he needs to, and being overly consistent. Rubens Barrichello is, I believe, the 6th fastest lap here. All the other drivers in the top 6 have a faster single lap than Rubens, but he has the best lap average. He has been so consistent on his marks all race long, and as they head down the backstretch, the scrapyard straightaway, as Henry dubs it, on the final lap here, Mundy Lawyer is going to have to worry about LaPlante. There's a look back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. Nothing changed there. Barrichello up and over the curbs. Home turf, and a home turf win inbound. Rubens Barrichello kicks off his title defense with a win here at round 1 in Masters Max.
What a win by Rubens Barrichello across the line of Lawyer and LaPlante rounding up their podium places. Nico Pico, a good drive up the field for him, rounding up your top 4. Ramallo going to be in 5th. It's going to be Laurencio Mardan in 6th. Carey in 7th. Monty slated across the line in 8th. Bonvin in 9th. Lagrange across the line in 10th here. Martinez slated across the line in 11th. Pierre Albrecht in 12th. Legrand, I think, wasn't able to get started here in this one, but Dominic in 10th.
That wraps up Masters Max here. Senior Max is on deck, folks. We'll take our final commercial break of the stream. When we return, it's the last main event of the RMC Winter Trophy. 36 out of the 53 that have entered will be racing here in a few moments.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart and Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back here. Welcome back here to the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy from Orlando. Senior Max onto the racetrack for the final main event of the day, and we're joined by a cool special guest here in the booth, Mr. Offset, a leading driver coach in the pits here, Mr. Chris Wareheim. Chris, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's exciting to be in the booth. I've always wanted to do this. I'm excited.
This is going to be fun.
This is going to be an epic final. It's been kind of heating up all weekend. I think last race here, we got some dogs in the front. Beryl Art's been dominating, but you got a couple local track guys that, I don't think they like getting beat on their home turf. So it's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
Let's take our viewers here through the starting lineup. As you can see on your screen, it's a PSL lockout of row number 1 with Diego Ramos and DD2 Barrichello. ZCD's been exciting to watch here this weekend. He rolls off on the inside of row number 2. Aiden Ingrata on his outside. Then Nolan Bauer and Laurent Legault on row 3. Timothy Pernod, the Canadian, on the inside of one of those many home track heroes, and you could call it Ryan Norberg. Here rolls off in the 8th spot. Then it's Camilo Trapp and Aiden Lorenco on the outside of the edge of the top 10. Frankie Mossman has been quick here this week. He rolls off in 11th alongside Lucas Nanji, who cracked the top 5 in his pre-final. Matisse Constantini and Celso Nido. Keep your eye on Harley Keeble. He was in the mix and then got booted all the way down to 16th here on the grid. Let's take a look at some of the other drivers further back. Austin Garrison, of course, rolls off down in 18th after penalties were handed out. He crossed the line 3rd in his pre-final. Then you go further to the rest of the starting lineup, all the way back to the likes of Stephen Miller and Macy Williams, who transferred in through the last chance qualifier, along with Gennaro Trapp and Jose Maria Figueroa for 36 drivers in total. But it's Ramos on the inside, DD2 Barrichello on the outside. It's an all Brazil, all PSL, all Beryl Art front row, 16 laps, and we are not green on the first try-by. They did not like the way that one looked. And
yeah, you see that? He hopped the first curb. I know they haven't been calling that penalty there, but I know a couple guys have been hopping the curb, full go-kart over the curb in turn 1. So he was trying that out. That'll be pretty interesting to see if anything happens there at the start.
Right, and that one didn't look terrible, to be honest. I thought that start looked okay. It was maybe a little bit quick for Ware, but sometimes that's the worst thing on a race weekend. They wave off a decent start, and we come back around and we get a worse one. So hopefully the drivers will have a clean one through turn 1. But that's the easiest escape route right there, is go 4 wheels up and over the concrete. What's been the penalty on that this weekend that you've been seeing get called?
I don't think they've been calling it. That's the thing,
really?
And I don't think many people know that. I know a couple drivers have used it to their advantage on some of these starts. Ramos is one of the kings of starts, especially starting from the front row. So I think he tried to get away with one there, get an early lead. So we'll see. He'll probably try something similar again, hoping that they throw the green. So.
And again, for those watching here, if you haven't watched us all weekend, Diego Ramos has had a pretty commanding run through this weekend. He had one last weekend as well in Homestead at the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour, but a crash in morning warm-up when he was slated to start on the pole after winning the pre-final forced too much damage to be repaired to the Beryl Art, and he did not make it out on the grid. The driver that started on pole, Harley Keeble, got a 2-second lead at the end of the first lap, and Diego, I'm sure, was kicking himself. It's been more than 2 years since he's won a national level 125 pro race. Could today be the day? As we go through the lights, this time we're green down to turn number 1, and there it is. A lot of drivers already trying the escape routes through turn number 1 and 2. Most of the field has made it cleanly, but a little bit of side-to-side action has them all wide and a couple into the wall back at turn 4, while the leaders, someone just got shuffled way to the outside there, and I think it might have been in one of the OTKs. I don't want to say Frankie Mossman.
Mossman tried to roll the outside. That's a hard corner to roll the outside. Went for it, lost a couple positions.
Look at this. ZCD is aggressive already. He just nearly cleaned out the right rear tire of Ramos, and it completely bogged him down. He cut Diego a bit of a break for that aggressive move, but now DeMello is back side by side with Nolan Bauer for the 4th spot. He'll force his way into line, and it's back to the PSL 1-2. Ramos, Barrichello, Aiden Ingrata to 3rd. Then you go back, Laurent Legault, then Norberg right there on screen ahead of Timothy Pernod. And as the first lap shakes out here, 16 laps. What would you rate this one here as a main event, Chris, in terms of length overall? It seems like it's about the middle between the pre-finals and finals we've seen for other series.
Yeah, we had to make some schedule adjustments this weekend. I think this is kind of where we were going to end up at, like a little bit more, but hopefully next round they give us a couple more laps with a different schedule. So, but man, Norberg got a good start. He's already up in the 7th, picked up a couple spots, so That's going to be one to watch, especially on the long run here. I know it's not that long of a run, but, you know, he's the ace here.
No doubt that Ryan Norberg knows his way around this place. Dudu Barrichello looks like he's tracking down Ramos a little bit towards turn 10. How about a big move down to the inside for a couple? Norberg on Legault, DeMello on Ingrata. So ZCD to third, Nolan Bauer fifth. Right behind the two of them, Norberg sixth, Laurent Legault seventh. But with that pass and overall, they have lost a little bit of time to the top two. Ramos, another good lap. That was a 54.9. Barrichello a little better at a 54.7. Everybody else kind of even or a bit slower as they head to turn number 5. Ingrata right on the tail of DeMello, but he'll just follow him, not trying to throw the race away too early. Aiden Ingrata has been very patient this weekend, and I'll give the youngster a lot of credit. He's waited quite a bit here. Caleb, as we head through the sweeper, Nolan Bauer hanging on strong. A 4-car pack from 3rd to 6th right now.
Yeah, 4 to 6, 4-car battle. And there goes Bauer down the inside on Aiden Ingrata. I think that was Ingrata. I'm not sure who went on the inside of, but Bauer making up another spot. It was Ingrata, so Bauer up another spot. Ingrata all over the bumper of Bauer here. As it stands, Norberg able to get ahead of his teammate. And now Aiden Ingrata going to fall into the clutches of Mr. 8-time Ryan Norberg. The battle up for the lead is going to be Barrichello and Ramos, the two countrymen, going to work together to pull away from Zachary Clement DeMello, who sits all out there on his lonesome in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, the Dan Devereaux Racing Cosmic still kind of by himself now after that one pass. No other major changes, and it's still a relatively short main. So Ryan Norberg, a driver we've seen kind of be very patient and work his way forward, needs to get going here soon as Laurent Legault is under heavy fire from Fast Frankie Mossman for that 6th and 7th and 8th spot. Timothy Pernod is in the middle of that mix. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th. Headed to the sweeper. Mossman trying to nose down low, and he nearly ended up on top of the rear bumper of Laurent Legault, who is still just low line and trying to hang on for dear life. And that's going to give a big gap as Norberg up the road got around Ingrata. Mossman trying, going to get through on Laurent Legault in turn 10. He'll bring Pernod with him. And Austin Garrison, who started back on the 9th row, is up on the edge of the top 10 right now with Harley Keeble in tow. But they need more from the lead right now. Zachary Clement DeMello tried to make things exciting. Dive bomb and Ramos on the first lap, and it didn't pay off. And it's Barrichello and Ramos that have a lead over him and everybody else. Ryan Norberg now catching up to Nolan Bauer. Last time by was about a 0.5 tenth to a 1/4 tenth better. Not a lot. And at this point in the race, you'd expect a little more pace to be shown maybe if someone's going to have the speed to fight for the win. Right, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, DeMello's purple. You know, Norberg probably is on some of the lowest pressure here of the group, but, man, that's going to be a big gap to come through. He's going to have to make some really big moves here in the next probably 3 to 4 laps. He's going to have to get into 3rd and really put his head down. Now, I'm actually watching Stephen Miller. He started 33rd on that National Motorsports machine. He's up to 16th already. Yeah. I mean, that is an incredible start.
What a start indeed here for the senior rookie. There he is on screen right behind Felipe Bartz as he closes up to another group. So a great run through the back half of the senior max grid for a driver that should be fighting inside the top 10 had he not gotten cleaned out in his heat race and then had some other penalties that put him further back. Up front, the lap time update, Norberg a lap 10th better than the leaders. That's pretty typical when we get to this part of the race. He slowly creeps his way up the boards. Him and Nolan Bauer are tracking ZCD back down as DeMello slowed off a little bit, but the first two drivers, Barrichello and Ramos, are just working together a 1.5 seconds up the road. They put together a lap that was a 54.9. It was only a 10th slower than Norberg, so they're still in good shape. The question here, if we go back about 10 months ago to Orlando, the last time Ryan Norberg and Zachary Clement DeMello got together on the racetrack, it was fireworks, and it ended up leading to ZCD eventually with more run-ins later in the year, finding himself suspended from a couple of major national organizations. But there is still no love lost between those two drivers in 3rd and 5th, and I know that our viewers that have followed us know this as well, so keeping our eyes peeled on this group here for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, but that wasn't a good exit at all.
Norberg struggling. Last couple corners, he's been struggling with rear grip and forward drive. Could be the low tire pressure, but, you know, honestly, I think with the conditions the way it is and how much it's changed this weekend, I don't think anyone, even as a local, has a really firm grip on what the best setup is, especially with the rain overnight. I just think they may have missed the mark here. You know, he's going to be in the fight for the podium for sure, but, man, I don't see him fighting for the win today, that's for sure.
Yeah, they'd need something massive to be able to get up there for sure, Caleb.
Yeah, and back to what Chris was saying, right? this track can be one thing on any given practice day that Ryan Norberg has, but when it comes to race day, a Rotax weekend with the Mojo tire, the track changes so much, and even Ryan won't be ready for a change like that.
Not to mention, again, all the different conditions like Chris was saying. I mean, this is the first nice track, again, that we've had in a little while. And it's also the first time in a minute that we've got rubber laid back down. First time all day when the rain cleaned it off last night. The rental carts have been running at night as well, so that kind of messes with
changes everything.
Yeah, the mechanics of trying to dial the carts in. How about a new purple lap time, though? Harley Keeble in 9th, got around Austin Garrison a few moments ago, and the Sodi Racing USA driver is well in the top 10 from starting back in the upper teens. His next target will be Timothy Pernod in the PSL Bureau Art, about 3 car lengths up the road from him down to turn number 10. So Harley Keeble, unfortunate, frustrating end to what could have been a very promising run in DD2 Max, closing in there in senior, just as Nolan Bauer, the Canadian, closing in on fellow countryman ZCD. Nolan Bauer, this would be, to my knowledge, his best American result if he could pull off a podium here, but Zachary Clayman DeMello at the moment holding even. He only gave up a 10th to him last time. They were still just a little bit off the PSL Bureau Arts up front with Diego Ramos and Dudu Barrichello. Here's Norberg back on the bumper again of Ingrata, kind of getting back to him and fighting with Frankie Mossman, who's closing in there in 7th.
Yeah, Mossman really close behind to Ryan Norberg, and Norberg seems to just not able to get around. Aiden Ingrata was ahead of him for a little bit, and Ingrata able to make the move on Norberg and stay ahead. And as it seems, just Norberg doesn't have an answer for Aiden Ingrata here as it stands. Still Bauer in that 4th spot, now on the rear bumper of Zachary Clayman DeMello. And whenever, I guess, the gloves go off for Zachary Clayman DeMello and Bauer, Ingrata and Norberg going to be able to close down for the last of the podium places.
I mean, the only thing with Norberg here, he could have sent a few dive bombs on Ingrata. He hasn't because he's had time to wait. Frankie Mossman's on the way, and this is kind of where it's kill or be killed. Throw someone else to the wolves so you don't get past, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryan get by right here. Let's see it if Chris is right on the prediction. Turn 4, he's going to look. There it is.
He has to go.
Inside, gets by on Ingrata, and now if Ingrata opens up, which he knows as he looked back over his shoulder, there's Frankie Mossman. So smart move by Ryan Norberg, gets around Ingrata, and next up he's got to run down Nolan Bauer and ZCD again. He was on their tail a few moments ago, had one mistake in turn 4, and then just kind of has been riding in that spot. Let's see if Mossman can get around Ingrata this time down the backstretch. He's close, but Ingrata got a nice big toe off the back of Norberg, and so they all stay single file. And again, while we've been focusing on this group further back here, Diego Ramos has started to just eke out a lead on Eduardo Barrichello. It looked initially like Barrichello was just going to push him and follow him away, but Barrichello 7/10 back here, and even though he calls his place home and he spends plenty of laps here, it's nothing like running a full-time national karting schedule like Diego Ramos has had, and so to be that much more familiar with the equipment, of course, Diego's heavily involved with the R&D that they do with PSL karting. That extra little bit of just active seat time, Chris, it makes all the difference at this level.
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, honestly, this weekend I've been really impressed with the Bureau. I mean, they're not known internationally as a top Rotax kart in junior or senior. And for them to kind of dominate the way they have this weekend in both Masters and Senior, even the juniors, they don't have as many big names in junior, but the kart itself, it's been impressive, man. I'm actually kind of shocked. It'll be really interesting next week to see what can be done, because I think a lot of these teams, you know, they got some homework to do, that's for sure.
No doubt about that. Here next weekend we'll be back once again going the opposite direction for the RMC Winter Trophy. While we were talking about Bureau Art, we did see Frankie Mossman get by on Aiden Ingrata for the 6th spot, and Ryan Norberg has turned it up late to catch Nolan Bauer and Zach Clayman DeMello to fight for that final podium spot. Harley Keeble was purple a few laps ago. He's still even to maybe better than this group here, but he's a long ways back, about a 1.5 seconds to nearly 2 seconds away from Aiden Ingrata for Harley Keeble. So his forward progress may stall out there in the 8th spot. Austin Garrison trailing him in 9th, but they did both get around Timothy Pernod. Stephen Miller, our LCQ winner, is up to 12th now on that Nash Motorsports machine. He should probably be able to get to Laurent Legault here in a lap or two, maybe even to Timothy Pernod, but we're down to the closing stages of this final, and our focus at the moment, the highest battle, 3rd, ZCD, Nolan Bauer in the red and white Prime Power Team machine, Norberg, Mossman in the mix, and then Aiden Ingrata Final spot on the podium here, and Norberg closing in on Bauer. He's just got to get to guys before Mossman gets to him, but had to kind of get on the binders a little bit there in the center of turn 5, Chris, and that allowed Mossman to kind of hold that gap even, and Ryan couldn't get anything done in 6.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here really on this run, I think a lot of guys are typically kind of used to running new tires in the finals in this category, right? And they've already had to go new tires. This tire, especially on a circuit like this, can be very difficult to manage, especially in the fight. So I think what we've seen, kind of this gap open, close, back up, is you get in the fight, you overheat the tire a little bit, right? The surface gets hot. You kind of have to calm yourself back down, get the tire back underneath you. I think that's really what happened to Norberg is now he's got the tire back underneath him. He doesn't have crazy pressure yet, so he's able to close back in on the group. But, man, Frankie's probably the one of this group of the 4 that looks the strongest if he can kind of work his way through slowly. I think this next lap and a half is it's going to pop off here pretty soon.
You saw Norberg throw a little fade there in turn number 5, and the other point that we've seen here this weekend too is Mossman gets through there into the top 5 for fast Frankie Mossman's SCR Red Speed. Getting around Norberg is that, there's been a lot of drivers at the back of the grid going off because you're using the curbs and going to the edge of the racetrack here and kicking up all that grass and dirt, and then the leaders are the first guys to them. So how much compared for this tire to some of the other ones does it take to clean off on a lap from what you've seen? Does that factor in at all for these guys back and forth going through dirty sections of the racetrack?
Yeah, it's not really cleaning it off. It's really just the surface temperature that with the surface here not having a lot of rubber and with the sand that gets on the track, I mean, it's just very easy to just overheat that tire and with the soft sidewall that it has, once you kind of get that surface temperature and the sidewall starts to roll over as you lean on it, the kart just doesn't grip ever. It doesn't ever regain its grip through the corner. Where with the other tires that a lot of these drivers are used to, they're used to maybe overdriving it a little bit, but with that stiffer sidewall, it will grab in the middle of the corner, especially with grip on the track. So, that's what they're dealing with here, especially this group. They're having to fight a lot harder than those. I think that's why the Burrell guys have had kind of the easiest, ZCD defending already.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
2 laps, lap and a half to go. We'll get the white flag this time by. ZCD on the bottom. Mossman and Bauer together. Nolan Bauer and Frankie Mossman door to door there. Now DeMello has to deal with Norberg, who moves into 4th as Mossman was aggressive. DeMello on the inside. Here comes Norberg on the outside. Door to door, side by side. There was problems for Aiden Lorenko. White flag in the air, and Norberg had to back out from DeMello, and it allowed Aiden Ingrata to slip in the mix there to go to 4th. And Ryan again thinking maybe championship, big picture here. That just really hurt Mossman and especially hurt Nolan Bauer as Norberg goes to the high side on Ingrata. DeMello blocking low over to 6th, and Norberg follows over there. Meanwhile, up front, 1.7 seconds now is the lead for Diego Ramos. Final time around Orlando Kart Center for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy in this direction. DeMello still nice and low in turn number 8. There's your 2 leaders. Here's the scrap for the podium. Norberg getting through. It's Austin Garrison out of left field into the top 4 into this pack. Norberg blocking low for P4, Garrison P5. And Norberg, I think, just going to block it low and take it home. DeMello looks to be for 3rd as Diego Ramos is a winner again for the first time in 2 years. Here comes Garrison to the line to race with Norberg. That's for 4th. Norberg will hold over Garrison by just a couple of thousandths there at the stripe. But a PSL karting 1-2. And for Diego Ramos, the monkey is finally off his back. He gets his first big win with PSL karting after the heartbreak he experienced last week. Finally, the Brazilian is a race winner here in America again. His last win coming at the 2022 SCUSA Winter Series in February. So a near 2-year dry spell for Diego Ramos. A year of a lot of what ifs and what could have been. And you can see all the respect to the field he's getting from everyone passing by the 330. That is one happy Brazilian who has had a great weekend, a deserving race winner. And he is fired up there, and I'm sure the PSL boys are as well.
And I tell you what, Xander, before this race, I was running to the restroom, and Diego stopped me. He was like, man, I'm so confident that I'm going to win. I bet my team manager, Franz, that if I won this race, he'd have to dye his hair red. And I think Franz is going to have a head full of red after this race because Diego Ramos is a race winner again here in Orlando.
Dudu Barrichello ends up in 2nd. Zach Clemente-Mello 3rd. Norberg, Garrison, and Ingrata. Mossman rebounds to 7th after that crash late in the going with Nolan Bauer, 2 drivers going at it there inside the top 5. Bauer ends up way down the leaderboard. It's Keeble in 8th, Stephen Miller in 9th, and again, for a second there as we were focused on 3rd, I thought it might have been Mossman still there. It was Garrison that drove all the way up to those guys. Stephen Miller, 34th to 9th here on the leaderboard, so a great drive for the Nash Motorsports driver. Laurent Legault ends up holding on to a top 10 over Pernod, Camilo Trappa, Ryan Maxwell. Felipe Bartz gets a top 15 along with Emma Scarborough on the Nash machine. And if we go further back here, let's see how the rest of the field faded out. Aiden Fox ends up 16th. Wesley Gundler, who was in the mix in his pre-final, 23rd. Macy Williams out of the LCQ to 22nd. And Nolan Bauer all the way down to 30th there out of the 36 in the main. But Diego Ramos is a winner again here in North America, and we will hopefully get to talk to him later on tonight. Of course, though, that will conclude the coverage for the RMC Winter Trophy. Chris, great to chat with you during that one. I'm sure probably we expected a little more fireworks at the front after the way the heats played out, but like you said, tip of the hat to the PSL boys. Yeah. A big, dominant 1-2.
Yeah, I think, switching the go-kart this year, being on a slightly different frame, I think has really changed their program, especially on the Mojo's tire. So, I think they're going to be, they always are a force to be reckoned with, but I think we're going to see more of them this year at the front everywhere we go in every category. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing them show up a little bit more in the KA category as well with this new kart that they're running. So it should be interesting.
Well, Chris, thanks again for joining us here. Caleb as well, and our entire hardworking Kart Chaser team wraps it up. That does it for weekend 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. No doubt a wild one in a lot of different ways, but it ends up there with a happy ending to the weekend for the PSL boys. A very exciting ending for all of them. A 1-2 finish. Dudu Barrichello, Diego Ramos, and joining them on the podium in his return to the seat, Zach Clayman DeMello. It wraps us up. We will see you guys next time.